Hello guys, and welcome back to the channel. In today's video we are going to be building a full stack Google personal assistant application. Now with this application you're going to have the ability to schedule reminders, calendar events, and also send emails right from within the application. Now this is a full-blown app, and the technologies we are going to be using in building this application are the latest technologies, which includes Supabase for the backend and Prisma as our ORM to interact directly with Supabase from our Next.js application. We also have full authentication set up with Auth.js, which includes Google sign-in. I will walk you through the Google Cloud Console to configure your project and also gain access to the calendar API as well as the email APIs. We'll also have refresh tokens, sessions, JWT, as well as middleware to protect routes for authenticated user. That's it for this intro. Up next, we're going to have a brief demo of the application, of what the application looks like. And if you're new here, guys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. It helps me a whole lot to create content like this, and I look forward to seeing you in more builds. Now, let's take a look at what the build looks like. Now, how does our application work? So over here in our application, we have different features. We have this chat functionality. We have this functionality for scheduling a calendar event. We already have some calendar events, and then we have a reminder. We also have emails that we can send directly from our application. So let's say you want to schedule a calendar event. You just have a prompt that you feed right in here, and this is how the prompt is going to look like. And once you hit on send, now the UI is going to prompt you to confirm. And you see here it prefills everything with the title, the location, the description. You can update all of these values, and you have the start date, and you also have the start time. Now let me quickly update this and say, okay, I want this to start at this time. And same, I'll keep this start date and say, okay, the end date, and say, okay, let it end at this point in time. You can also add attendees to this calendar event. So let me add my other email here, okay, as attendees to this. So you can add more, and you can also remove more attendees here. So you can then save this, and once you save this, you see your calendar event has been saved to your schedule. And now if the person that you invited, so now my other email, you see here that I get the invitation, and this is the title that we gave it, and also the date and the time. And I can go on to add this to my calendar. And here you see the guest. I was added as the guest right in here. So this email that I used is the organizer, as you see here. And then this is also added as a guest here to the application. And we also see the topic, and the same for reminder. So over here, if you want to schedule a reminder within our application, you can just feed it with this prompt here. So you can come to the chat, and right here in the chat, you can have this UI and send this. Now, you also have the summary modal or card right here. And if everything is okay for you, I'm just going to choose a different date. Let's say 13, and here for the end, I'm also going to choose this date here, and let me just go with 14th. So this, and once you hit on save, you see your reminder has been set over here. And if you come over to your Google Calendar, you should see the reminder here. Now maybe it hasn't come yet, but let's refresh this. Here it is. So quickly before I refreshed, here's the reminder here, and you see here it has a description and everything that we gave right into this prompt here. And if you come here, you will also see the reminder that was scheduled, and the same for sending an email. So let's try to send an email with our application. You can just come to the prompt here and give it a prompt. So send an email to, again, I'm just going to use my other email, and with the subject and everything here. So hit on send, and you see the confirmation and send email. So email sent to this. And if I check my other email, you see here that the email has arrived, meeting reminder, and this is the details, the body of the meeting as we specified. Cool. So guys, this is the build. Actually, there's a whole lot more to learn than the build here, because we are using lots of technologies. We are using Supabase. We are also making use of the Google Cloud Console, and you can see how to make use of these APIs. We have Auth.js. We have a whole lot more. So guys, again, please kindly subscribe if you're new, but without wasting more time, let's see how we can build out this project together. Let's start up building our project. Come over to tailwindcss.com. Actually, you don't have to come over to Tailwind CSS, but if you're here, let's come over to the docs section, and right here in the docs section under the installation guide, let's come over to the framework guides and look for the option for Next.js. So here where we have Next.js, to click on this. And this is the installation command, npx create next app. So it makes use of create next app here. That's the link to know more about create next app. So I'm going to copy this, and this is the command you need to create a new Next.js application. And here I already have my terminal, and I'm just going to cd, that is, I'm going to change directory into the YouTube project or folder that I have. This is where I'm just going to be creating this new project. So right in here, and I'm going to paste in this command. So I'm going to be changing something rather than name my project. I'm just going to give it the name of personal assist. So npx create next app at latest personal assist, and we have the types, the flag for TypeScript, ESLint, and app. And it's just going to ask us these questions. So basically say yes for all of these, and for customizing the default import alias, you can just say no. And you see here that this is initializing our project with this app.tw template. So give this a second for it to initialize, and once this is done, you see it's done for me. It took about 47 seconds. We're going to cd into the created application, which I gave the name of personal assist. So here we are. And once you're in here, use the code dot command, which is going to open up the project right in Visual Studio Code. Okay, so it's opening up for me here, and we're not done. Let's continue back with our setup guide. And here we need to install Tailwind CSS. Actually, I don't think we need to install all of these, but let's just copy and install it, because we made use of the template app.tw. So, but let's just install all of these just in case. I don't think we need it, but let's see. So now it's true for me. Let's go back here and see. The next thing, we just need to confirm that we have all this plugin set in this post CSS config. So let's quickly double check here. This post CSS config MJS, yes, we have it in the plugins. I think all of the setup has been done for us, so we don't need to do any other setup. And in global.css, we need to import Tailwind CSS. So we have all of these, and yeah, I think we are good to go when it comes to Tailwind CSS right inside of our project. So let's come back to the browser here, and we need to configure Shadcn UI. So come over to ui.shadcn.com to the docs section. And here in the docs section under frameworks, you can just choose Next.js, and let's switch over to npm. So this is our command, npx shadcn at latest init command. Copy the command and paste it over in your IDE and execute. Again, this is just going to prompt us with some questions. Yes, I'll go with neutral as the base color. I'm not just going to be changing much, and I'm going to hit enter to install these using force because of some dependency issues we have with package React 19 package and the Shadcn UI. So here we have Shadcn UI in our project. Congratulations, we have done the basic setup for Tailwind CSS and Shadcn UI. Up next, we're going to see how we can have authentication in our project. So let's continue. All right, so the authentication provider we are going to be making use of is Auth.js. So come over to authjs.dev, which is the documentation, and right here in the documentation we can visit the get started guide, and here you have what is Auth.js. You can read more to know what Auth.js is, but it's used primarily for JavaScript frameworks to provide authentication. If you come over to this Next.js guide, you see here we have the installation command to set up NextAuth in our library. You would hear me say NextAuth and Auth.js, it's just the same thing. So right here in the terminal, paste this in for the installation. And if you come back, the next thing we need to do is to set up our environment, because we need an environment variable that is mandatory for NextAuth to work, which is this auth secret. And it can help us with that by running this command. So npx auth secret, and it's going to add or create an env file that is respective to the framework of your choice. So in our case, Next.js. So here you can just open up the Explorer and you see we don't have any env.local. But right here in the terminal, once we run this command npx auth secret, it's just going to give us a prompt and we're going to answer yes to that. So just hit enter. And it's going to go on and add this .env.local to our project with already having set the environment variable for us with the name of secret, as you can see here. So right here, we have this .env.local, and you see our auth secret is set with this random string right here. Let's continue with the setup and back to the documentation. The next thing we need to do is to go on and configure this NextAuth library. So here we need to create this Auth.ts at the root of our application, and we're going to copy and paste this content right there. So copy this content back to the application. Right here at the root of your application, create this Auth.ts file and paste in what we just copied from the documentation. It just exporting some handlers, sign-in functions that we can use to interact with NextAuth. For now, we're going to set up the providers later, but this is all we need just to get started for now. So back to the documentation, what do we need to do next? We need to create a route handler, and it just gives us an example on what we should name this. So auth, NextAuth, route.ts. Actually not an example, we need to follow this naming convention here. Okay, so let's do it right here in the source folder. It has to be inside the app folder. We're going to be creating an API folder. And this API folder, we create a new folder with this square bracket spread operator NextAuth like this. And right inside this folder, we're going to be creating a new route. So here we're going to have this route.ts, which is going to be the route handler. So what do we need here? Let's come back to the documentation. And we just need to copy this content. Okay, it's always good to make reference to documentation in case it changes over time. So I'm going to paste in this content here, and you see it's just trying to import these handlers from Auth, and our application doesn't know this path yet. So let's import it manually by going right into the root of application where we have the auth.ts file that we just created like this. And back here, we need to set up a middleware, which is just going to help us to keep this session alive. So copy this, and right inside the source folder, not the root of the application, the source folder, we're going to have this middleware.ts file. And in here, we're going to paste in this content, and this is all we need at least for now. So let's update this import path again for it to locate the auth file that we created earlier. Okay, so we're going to save this, and what do we have to do next? The next thing, we need to set up authentication methods. Remember the providers array that was empty. We're going to be setting it up. If you come over to this authentication section, you're going to see here that just click on this drop down. We have different ways to set up auth, but we want to check on this OAuth because we're going to be making use of the Google OAuth. If you click on the Google OAuth, you see how you can go on to set up Google OAuth. We're going to be doing this in our application, no worries. But before we go on to set up Google provider in our application, we want to first of all set up an adapter. So right here in connections, if we look at the adapters, we have access to different adapters here. We are going to be making use of Prisma adapter here. So we need to go on and install all of these, set up the environment variables and all whatnot. So that's what we're going to be doing in the next video, we're going to be setting up Prisma, and then we can have the Prisma adapter set up. Before we go on to have the Prisma adapter in our project, we need to set up Prisma in our project. So the first thing you want to do is to come over to the documentation, prisma.io, and right here on the products, go over to ORM, and once you're here, you want to come over to this quick start documentation. So click on this quick start documentation, and here we are. You see by default it's for SQLite, but no worries, we're going to be updating this. So we want to look for the installation command, and right here we have this npm install Prisma, which is going to install the Prisma CLI as a dev dependency inside of our project. So copy this, come back to the application, open up your, I'm just going to first of all close all these tabs I have opened, then clear here and then paste in this. Okay, so while the installation is going on, we can come back to the documentation, and the next thing we want to do is to set up the Prisma ORM with the init command of the Prisma CLI. Now we can run this command independently. There's this npx Prisma init command, but I'm just going to run all of these commands here. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this, and you can read through, this is going to generate a new Prisma directory and have to use SQLite as our database. So no worries about that. We're going to be changing this. And it shows you how you can go on to model your data, and we need to run some migration. Okay, because automatically it doesn't get synced to the database whenever we make changes. So we need to run this command, which is going to do these three things for us here. And it's also going to generate the Prisma client for us under the hood. So we're going to be doing that. But first, let's paste in this command. And this is the command. So npx Prisma init data source SQLite and all of these. Okay, so the command successful for me, and a new file was created right here. You will see this Prisma folder, and here you have this schema.prisma, and it has a generator client, and it also has this data source DB and all of these. We're going to be updating this, so no worries. We're not going to make use of SQLite here. All right, so the next thing we want to do, you see right here, we have this migration. For that, I'm just going to be updating the package.json to add some scripts that we're going to run that's going to help us for the migrations and also to regenerate the Prisma client. So the first one here is this migrate script, and this migrate script is going to run. So here we're going to have this npm exec, so exec Prisma migrate dev, and then we're going to have the generate command. So here let's have the generate, which is going to run this npm exec Prisma generate. Okay, so these are the two scripts that are going to be run whenever we make changes to the prisma.schema. The first one is going to help us to apply the migrations, and it's also going to give us a prompt for the migration name. And this other one is going to help us generate the Prisma client. So I can leave comments here, but I'm just going to get rid of these comments here, and then we can save the file. All right, so let's continue. The next thing we want to do now is to go over to Auth.js. And now we need to set up the Prisma adapter. The first thing we need to do is to install the Prisma client and also the @auth/prisma-adapter. Come over to your project, clear your terminal, and then paste this in. And this is going to install these two packages right in our project. And we also need to, we don't need to run this command because we already have gone through the Prisma CLI installation. But we need this environment variable with this database URL. Okay, so we're going to copy this. It should be there for us already, but we just need to double check. Actually, it's here, but it's here in the .env file, and we have the .env.local. So we're going to be working with the .env.local file, this file here, and you can paste this in. So here we have the database URL, and if you check the .env, it's also the database URL, which is because of SQLite here. But we're going to be getting rid of this .env so that we can just stick with the .env.local. So here we have the database URL. And the next configuration we need to do is for this Prisma.ts client. So you might be wondering, we installed the Prisma client, why do we need to have this file? It's just to improve the performance using the Prisma ORM so that the Prisma client doesn't get instantiated multiple times during development. So copy this, and right inside of our source folder, we're going to have this Prisma.ts file. And inside this file, we can paste in what we just copied from the documentation. So I'm just going to drop these comments that this prevents the Prisma client from being instantiated multiple times during development. Okay. So whenever we need the Prisma client, we are going to make use of this here. All right. So what next? We need to now set up the Prisma adapter, because so far there's no way for Auth.js to know that we are making use of Prisma. So with this setup here in the NextAuth configuration, it's going to know that we are making use of the Prisma adapter in our project. So come over to Auth.js, and just before the providers array, let's have this adapter here and import the necessary importations here, and also import Prisma. So this Prisma is going to come from this Prisma that we set up right now. Okay, so this isn't all. Now we have this adapter, yes. AuthJs is going to be looking out for some schema, because then it needs to be in sync with our database. For that, we are going to be making use of PostgreSQL or PostgreSQL. So click on this here and copy everything that we have here. So all of these, AuthJs is going to be making use of it, okay? As it's going to help us to apply migrations and all of that. So right here in the schema, we need to update the schema that we have here. So copy all of these and get rid of it and paste in this new content. Obviously, we need to do some changes here. And here we have the provider to PostgreSQL. We also have the URL here, and we have this generator client. Now I'm going to make a change here to this generator client by setting the output. And currently we have the output at the root of our application. I just want to change this to go into the source folder. So here like this, source, and here we're going to have the /generated, and then we're going to have /prisma like this. This is going to be the output. And what else do we need to set? Right here in our data source DB, I'm just going to add a direct URL. So here I'm going to add this direct URL, and this is going to be from env direct URL. And I will leave this comment here. It's optional for Prisma data proxy. We're going to see this in action when we set up Supabase, okay? So no worries yet, but let's set this up in our env.local. So copy this direct _URL and come over to the env so that we can have this right here. And this is just going to be equal to any value. No worries, we're going to be getting the real values soon. All right, so let's continue here in our schema.prisma. The next thing we need to do is to get rid of this authenticator, because we don't need this web auth authenticators guy here. So let's get rid of it. And we also need to get rid of the model for the authenticator. So come down, and here where we have this model for the authenticator, we need to get rid of it. So I'm just going to copy everything and delete it here. And this error we have for the session, let me quickly double check here. We're actually missing a closing bracket here. And we also need to make an update to this account model, because during development, I faced an error, and I'm going to paste this in here. So I'm just adding this key of refresh token expires in, which helps us to maybe escape the confirm your identity error, because I had that when I was testing and building out the application initially. So this could just come in handy in case it's just a precautionary change. And then this ID we have here, I'm going to update it to add this @unique for the provider and the account and provider account ID here. Again, just to avoid some errors that I faced initially. All right, so we have set this up. We're going to continue building out our application. The next thing we want to do now is to set up Supabase in our project so that we can run these migrations and have our database synced with our schema on local. We need a backend in our project, and for that, we are going to be making use of Supabase. head over to supabase.com if you haven't already and create an account. And if you're new to Supabase, Supabase, as you can see, offers a whole lot of products that we're going to be making use of. Supabase is fully a backend as a service. It gives us database authentication, storage, edge functions, cron jobs, and a whole lot more. So with Supabase, we can go on to build our application without the hassle of writing our own backend logic from the ground up. Now, come over to this dashboard link here, or this start your project, and do click on it, because right now we are going to be creating a new project. Now, creating a new project needs to be within an organization. So here I chose my code with lari organization. If you don't have an organization, create one. And for the project name, I'm just going to go with personal assist as we have used previously. And now we need to choose a database password. Let's just let Supabase generate a password for us here. And please copy this password. Now, in case you miss your password, at the end of this video, I'm going to show you how you can go on to retrieve your password. So right here, just paste in your password. We're going to make use of it in a second. Now let's continue. The next thing we want to do right now is to go on to create a new project. We don't need to do any other configuration. All right, so Supabase engine goes on to spin up a new project for us. And here we're going to have access to a PostgreSQL database that we can connect to. And that's what we want to do. We want to click on this connect over here. And as you see, there are different ways. App frameworks, we have the mobile frameworks, or ORMs. Now we're going to do or connect with these app frameworks here because we are making use of an app framework, Next.js. So here you see you have the .env.local, and you see the framework is Next.js. You can choose whatever framework you work with using the app router with obviously Supabase here. So here we need to update our env.local. So I'm just going to copy this. And once you have that copied, you can now come over to your application, head over to env.local. And right here in your project, I'm just going to paste this in here like this, and we're good. All right, so let's continue setting up our connection string, because that's not all we need. You see over here, we have this page.tsx, which shows us how to use it. And here we need to create the Supabase client. So we have the server client and we have the client. Okay, so here let's start with the server. Okay, and then I'm going to copy this, and we need to create a new file to save this. So right here inside the source folder, I'm going to create a utils folder here, and next we are going to create another folder for Supabase. So here let's have the Supabase, and in it we are going to have the Supabase server and also the Supabase client. So here we're going to have the supabase.server.ts file, which is going to hold this configuration for the Supabase server client here. No worries about the errors. We don't have the Supabase SSR package installed yet. We're going to be installing it in a second. Let's continue with our setup. We're going to fix all these errors. Now we need to set up the Supabase client for the client. So come over to the Supabase client.ts here, which is just pretty much straightforward. Copy this piece of logic that we have here. And once you have this copied, we are going to be creating the supabase.client.ts file here. So supabase.client.ts, and then we can paste in the logic for creating the Supabase client here. All right, so no worries about the errors. All of these is going to be fixed. Now we also have the middleware.ts, but we can safely ignore this. We're not going to be making use of this in our project. And the next thing we want to do right now is to go on to the ORMs, because we are using an object relational mapper here, which is Prisma. So here you have Prisma, Drizzle, your options. And you see we need to update our env.local file here, and also the schema.prisma. We have done for the schema.prisma, so it's very much okay. So do copy this. And now we're going to be updating the database URL in the .env.local as well as the direct URL. So head over to your .env.local file here, and here where we previously had coded these values for a database URL and direct URL, let's update it to this value we have over here. So here we have this your password, which is a placeholder. Remember the password we copied earlier. Now we need to replace this. And I pasted it right here in my schema. So copy this and make sure you revert to the changes here so that you don't have your database password in your code hard coded here and replace the value here. All right, I'm going to show you how you can go on to retrieve this password just in case you miss your database password. Okay, so this is it here. And this is it for the setup that we need. We don't need to make any other change to our code base. Now, let me show you how you can retrieve your password. Now, come over to this side navigation to database. And over here in database, actually, you need to come over to the project settings, not database. So here where we have the project settings, you should have the configuration for database here. So click on it, and here you see you have this reset your database password. In case you miss your password, this is how you can get a new password. Now let's fix these errors. The first thing I want to do is to install this Supabase SSR package. So copy it, open up your terminal, npm install at Supabase/SSR package, which should be a light installer, shouldn't take much time to install. And in my case, the installation is completed. Now, we still have some errors in our code base, like this cookies.getAll and this here. So for this cookies.getAll, we want to wrap this in an await because it's an asynchronous operation. So do wrap this in parentheses here and paste in the cookie store with the await keyword. And because this error comes because this getAll method should also be marked as async. So come over to the front of this getAll method here and mark it as async, and you should no longer have an error here. Now for the setAll, this cookie store we have here, we also need to do the same thing. So do cut it and then wrap it with parentheses, paste in have the await keyword, paste in the cookie store. And you see this is inside the for each callback function. So here we should mark it as async as well, and we should no longer have the error, and we don't. Now the only error we have here is this cookie options type, which we don't use, so we can get rid of this. We don't need it in our application. And that should be it for setting up Supabase in our project, and we don't have any other errors even in the Supabase client. Okay, so what we want to do, we have the Supabase client, we have the connection string set up in our .env. The next thing we want to do is to make sure that what we have here on local is in sync to what we have on Supabase remote. Now, that's what we're going to be doing next. We're going to apply the migrations. And once we are done with that, we can finally get started in building out our project. This is the point where we need to sync our database. So currently, if you take a look at this Prisma, and inside this Prisma folder, we have generated this schema. But this schema just lives right here on our local setup. You know, all of these models that we have here, we don't have this right in sync with what we have in our Supabase, because if you come over right here and visit the table editor, you would see here no table of view. So we don't have the sync with what we have in our local together with what we have right here in Supabase. That's what we are going to be changing in this video, and I'm going to show you how you can apply these migrations and have the sync between your local and what you have right here in remote. So for us to do this, we are going to be running the scripts that we set up in our package.json, the migration script, as well as the generate. So let's start with the generate script. So run this script here for the generate, and this is going to run npm run generate here, and it's going to regenerate the Prisma client. So now this has been successful. Let's run this migration script. Now this is going to take a while, and actually it fails. So let's see what went wrong. You see here the error, environment variable not found, which is a direct URL. Now let's check our schema.prisma, and you see right here, we actually have the direct URL, which is looking for this in the env.local. So right here in the env.local, we have this direct URL set. Now the issue is because Prisma isn't able to pick up this environment variable. And why isn't able to pick it up? That's because it's actually looking for it in the .env file. Remember the file we deleted and kept this .env.local. Now we need to load or tell Prisma where to look for our environment variables. And for that, we need a package. So npm install --save -dev, and this is the .env like this, and then we're going to have the -cli. Run the installation. Is going to give us the ability to load our environment variables, hence we need to update this script. So let's change it. So I'm just going to cut this. And before we run the migration, we need to load the env first, and this is the command. So .env -e.env.local --prisma migrate dev, but I want us to prefix npx before the prisma migrate dev, just like this here. And we need to do the same for the generate. So let's update this as well to .env-e.env.local and then the npx prisma generate. So now Prisma is gonna know that we have our environment variables living right in our .env.local, and we should no longer have the error. Let's run this generate script, and this is going to again regenerate the Prisma client, and give this a second, and you see it's successful. Now we need to try again for the migration script. Okay, so let's do that. Come over here and run the migrate script. And now Prisma should know that we have the environment variables set in .env.local, and with this package .env package, it should load the environment variables. Now, running the migration, you need to provide a name for the migration which reflects what the changes you have in schema is all about. So let's wait for this prompt. It's going to be interactive, hence we're going to see it appear over on the terminal. So give this a second, could take some time here to generate this interactive prompt for us to, so here is it, enter a name for the new migration, and you can give this a name that is descriptive. So here I'm just going to go with add initial. Actually, the naming convention, you shouldn't have a white space. Okay, so for that I'm just going to be updating this. So going to remove the spacing so that it can be add -initial and then -schema, and you can go on to execute this. Now this is going to run the migration script and generate a unique name for this migration. And the way it does it, you see here, it does it with this unique timestamp here, and actually the naming convention is using underscore. So there's a timestamp, and then we have the add initial schema, which is the name. And we see this is going to be right inside of the migrations folder. So here we have the Prisma migration. So this is the migration. And if we click into the migration.sql, these are our new schema. These are the changes that we have made. Now this schema isn't just living right in here. We also have this schema. You see here we have this generated Prisma client. That means we also need to delete this one that we had previously. So the changes isn't just right here in our local, the changes also is in our Supabase project. So right here, you see, we didn't even have to refresh. We have our schema now here as well as we also have in local. So whenever you have a change on your local, you change your schema, you need to run the migration and you need to push the changes up. Beautiful. So, all right. So the next thing we need to do now is to head over to Google Cloud Console, so that we can set up a project there and have our Google authentication also set up. Yeah, so in order for us to set up the Google authentication in our application, we need to come over to console.cloud.google.com, and over here, you need to create a new project. So how do you create one? Over here, you click on this project picker here, and you would see the option to create a new project. Do select this option. And you'll be provided with this field. The first thing you need is the project name, and I will go with personal assist as I have used throughout the application, and to go on and hit on create. This is going to go on and create this project. As you can see here, it's actually loading, and once it is done, you should be navigated. If not, hit on the select project, and now we are inside this personal assist project, as you can see there. Now we need to enable APIs and services. You can see this under this quick access. Here you have APIs and services, but in case the documentation changes over time, right here in the navigation menu, you would see under projects, APIs and services, And let's get started, because here we have different options. We're going to start with the OAuth consent screen configuration. So click on this option here. And now just wait for a moment. We need to configure the Google Auth platform. So hit on get started. And here we need to provide some application information. The first is the app name. I'm going to use code with lari because this is the name of the app asking for consent. You can use your brand name or any name of your choice over here. And for the user support email, I'll use my email and hit on next. Now, how about audience? Now for audience, you have two options, but we'll go with the external options. But it's important to note that this is only available to any test user with a Google account. But something else to note is your app will start in testing mode and will only be available to users you add to the list of test users. So we need to add some test users at some point, and we're going to do that. But for now, we select external and hit on next. For contact information, again, I'm going to provide my email address right into this field. And then I'll hit on next. And the next is to agree to the terms and services and hit on create. Okay, so now you're creating your branding, your project configuration, and you need to create OAuth client. So hit on this create OAuth client option over here and wait for a moment for it to load up. All right, so the first is the application type. Now this is a web application, obviously, so we'll hit on web application. And for the authorized JavaScript origins, we can change this when we push to production, but for now it's going to be our local host. So here we're going to prefill http :/ and then localhost semicolon 3000 like this. And we copy it because we're going to need it for the authorized redirect URIs. Now I'm going to paste it in here, but let's take a moment to visit Auth.js. Now in the Auth.js documentation, if you come over to these providers under connections, so here where you have providers and you look for Google provider here, you're going to see this callback URL. Now this is what we need to provide. You see this /API/auth/callback/Google. Make sure you copy it and prefill it here. So localhost 3000/this actually should be 1// not 2. So /API/auth/callback/Google. And now once you're done, you can hit on create. Okay, so here we have it. Here we have our client ID, but we don't see the client secret. But no worries, we're going to see it in a moment. There's something we need to check again in the Auth.js, because if you come further down, we have an option for environment variables. Now you have this Auth Google ID and Auth Google secret. Let's copy it and have the key in our .env.local. So I'll just search for env.local, paste in these two keys. So the Auth Google ID and Auth Google secret, and the values we're going to get from our Google Cloud Console. So right here in the console.cloud.google, this is our client ID. You can copy this client ID and use it for the value for over here for the Auth Google ID. Now for the Auth Google secret, let me show you how we can get it. So back to the documentation, just hit on OK. And now you see, you can just click right into this web client one. And on the right, you're going to see your client secrets. So here you have your client secret. Just copy this client secret and come back to your IDE and paste it here as the option for your client secret, and then save. All right, so we are doing fine. And the next thing we need to do now, we need to set up our test users, else we would not be able to test the application. And over here on that data access, actually not on that data access, it's going to be under audience. So come over to this audience and click on it. And in here, you're going to see the test users. So I'm just going to provide my email address over here. So the brightalaribe2@gmail.com. So provide your own email address here that you're going to use for testing out the application and hit on save. And you can add as multiple, I think capped at 100 test users. So you can add more test users here by hitting this button and add other test users. Okay, so that's about it. Now we need also to we need some other setup because we are not done. We need some APIs to set up. So for that, come over to the APIs and service. So here, and enable the APIs and service, because we're going to be making use of the calendar API and also the email API. Now you have the list here, but you can just save yourself by searching for the calendar API right here. So search for calendar. And here you see this Google Calendar API. Do click on it and want to enable the permission so that we can have access, So hit on enable. This is going to give you the access to manage calendars and events in Google Calendar, which we want to do right from our application. Now wait for a moment, and once it is done, we are going to do the same for the email API. All right, so it's been done. Now let's search for email. And actually, sorry, we need to search for Gmail, not email. So Gmail. And here we have the Gmail API. Do click on it. And also we need to enable this. So we're going to be sending emails directly from our application. And this is going to give us the privilege to view and manage Google email, mailbox. Okay, so this is basically what we need for now from the Google Cloud Console. And we are now ready to continue building out our application. So we are going to continue next by setting up authentication provider for our Auth.js, because Auth.js now needs to be aware of this Google provider that we have set up. Let's work on that next. Hello everyone, so the idea in this video is for us to set up Google provider. If you check the Auth.js library and you just scroll further up, you would see right here the providers array. They're passing the Google provider. So that's what we are going to be doing in this video. We're going to be setting up the Google provider and also having some configurations. All right, let's get started already. So for that, let's come back to the IDE. And here in the IDE, we need to locate our auth.ts file. And if you remember, the file is located at the root of our project right here. And here we have the providers array. So let's get started first by importing the Google provider. So here we're going to import Google provider, and it's going to come from this library, NextAuth providers Google. Now let's add that to this providers array we have here. We're going to pass in the Google provider, but we're going to be getting rid of the client ID and the client secret. You're not going to need it, because if you, for one, check the .env.local file. So here I'm just going to set for env.local. You see, we named this the auth Google ID and also the auth Google secret. And if you gave it these names, you wouldn't have to pass different names, because right here in the documentation, you see, if you just scroll up, you see we just have Google and it works out of the box. So if you keep the names, you wouldn't have to pass the client ID and the client secret, env. Automatically it's going to know. All right, so let's continue. The next we're going to pass is this authorization object, which is more like a configuration object I'm going to be explaining, which is going to help us to customize the OAuth flow. So here, let's have this authorization object, and we want to customize the params. So the params is an object, and we want to set three things in the params. The first one is the scope. So right here, we want to set the scope, and this scope, yes, email ID, OpenID email profile. We also need to request the calendar event. So www.googleapis.com, and it's going to be /auth, but not user birthday. It's going to be /calendar.events. All right, so that's not all. We are also going to be having access to the user email. So let's also ask for that here in the scope. So we're going to come over here and have HTTPS again, and I'm just going to bring in everything here. But rather than work with calendar, I'm just going to be updating this to be gmail.send. So over here, we're going to have gmail.send like this. So the first one, gmail.send, is for the Gmail, and the second one is for the calendar events. All right, so the next scope, with the next object of configuration for the params we're going to be asking for is the access type, which is going to be offline, and this is needed to get a refresh token. And lastly, the prompt is going to be consent, which forces the consent screen every time. Okay. All right, so the next configuration we need is the session object, which uses JWT tokens for the session instead of database sessions. So here we're going to pass the strategy for the JWT. Okay, so it's just going to use JWT tokens for the session. And after this session, we need a callback. Now, callbacks is like a hook, which is going to help us to hook into the lifecycle methods. Now, one of those methods here is the sign-in method. Now, this sign-in method runs during sign-in, and you can use it to do things like blocking sign-ins conditionally and stuff like that. We're not going to be doing any of those. You see here, we have access to this params object, which can give us the user, the profile, the account, all of these. So we're not going to be doing anything like blocking the sign-in or extra configuration. We're just going to be returning true, which means allow all sign-ins. Okay. Now, the next thing we're going to be setting up here is the JWT. Now, I said this is more like a lifecycle event, and JWT runs when the JWT is created or updated. And that's why we have access to this token as well as the user and account. But in this case, we're just going to use token and account. And here we're going to have the method close here. Okay, now we are having this error is okay, but we need to return something. So we're going to return token here and the error is gone. Now let's do the configuration here. We're going to say if account, and then I'm going to bring in all of these. So we want to go on and attach the access and refresh tokens and expire it to the JWT. So that's what we are doing here. We are attaching it to the JWT object. But that's not all we are going to do. Okay, because we want to go on and update many. We want to save the latest tokens to database so that we can keep them persisted there. So here we're going to have this comment that says save latest tokens to the database, just to keep them persistent here. I'm just leaving this comment for you. All right, so let's do it. We're going to await Prisma. So just come further down here. We're going to await Prisma.account. So Prisma, I don't know why I don't get auto completion. So Prisma.account. I want to use the update many. So account like this dot update many, and this is going to take in the object, and first we want to know which. So we're going to say where, and this where is an object where we're going to pass the provider account ID. So here let's have the provider account ID, which is going to be equal to account.provider ID. And now the data is going to be the access token here, the refresh token, and also the expires at property here. So that's what we're just doing here. And we're returning the token, which returns the updated JWT. I hope it makes sense. Okay, so next we need this session. And this session runs whenever a session is accessed via useSession or getSession hook. So now we have this session object access in the session. We are going to first of all check the account. So let's do it. Here we're going to say const account, and account is going to be equal to a helper function we don't have yet. So get Google account by email. And this get Google account by email is going to take the session.user.email here. Otherwise, we're going to pass an empty string. All right, so let's create this function. We don't have it yet. Now, right here, I'm just going to be creating a new features folder right in the source. And in here, I'm going to create another folder for auth. And here, I'm going to be creating, let's call it user auth session model. So user auth session -model.server.ts file. All right, so we just want to return the user email by Google account. So export const get Google account by email. It's going to take in the email, and I'm just going to get rid of this so that I can explicitly return. So we're going to return Prisma.account. So Prisma.account. I want to find first. So this is okay. I want to find first based on which clause, where the provider is equal to Google, and also where where the user, and then here we're going to have email is equal to the email that we are receiving here. And I'm just going to come further down here so that we can close it, because this is all we need to do. So I'm just going to close it right here and we're good to go. All right, so now we have this get Google account by email. We need to make use of it in the auth.ts file. So let's make sure that we have this import here, and it's going to return the account that it matches. But in case where it doesn't find any accounts, what should happen? If let's just come here and say if there is no account found, let's just return the session object that we receive. So we're just going to return the session. We ain't going to do anything. And then want to check if the session is expired, because if the session is expired, we want to then, the token. If the token is expired, then we want to go on and refresh the token. Okay. So I'm just leaving this comment here. And how do we know? So we're going to have this check const access token, which we'll get as a result from updating, is going to be equal to is access token expired. Is also another helper function that we are going to define right now. So let's actually define it. So here we are going to be creating an authentication helpers.server.ts file. So let's have authentication helpers.server.ts file. And in here, we can just have it here, export const. And it's called is access token expired. It's going to take in this expired at here like this, but the type isn't just going to be of type number. So it's going to be of type number, or it's going to be of type null, or it's going to be of type undefined. And yeah, so here we're going to check if expires at isn't passed, if it's not given, then we want to return true. We're just going to say yes, it's expired. Otherwise, is everything okay? If no expires at, return true, yes. So otherwise, we're just going to say now, and now is going to be equal to this math.floor to have the current time. And we're going to say return, not like this, return now greater or equal to expires at. So this is just going to help us and check if it is expired. And this is expired that is going to be returning a boolean, as you see here. So let's explicitly type it and say it's returning a boolean like this. All right, so now we have our helper function. Let's import it inside this file. And now we're going to say if it is expired, then we want to go on and await refresh on the helper function we don't have. So we're going to call this one refresh and update access token. So refresh and update access token, which is going to take in the account. Otherwise, we're just going to have the current token. So here, what are we doing? We are refreshing if it is expired, and otherwise we are just going to go on and use the existing token if it's not expired. So let's have our helper function refresh and update access token. So here we're going to have export const refresh and update access token, which is going to be equal to this async function. It takes in the account. The account isn't of type any. The account is going to be of type account, and account should be imported from generated Prisma. And this is going to be returning a promise. So let's say it returns a promise, which is going to resolve to a string or null. Okay, so let's have our try catch block right inside here. So try catch, and in our catch block, I'll just bring in what we have here. We're going to be returning null and just logging into the console, just like this. And in the try block, we want to have the refresh token. So here we're going to say const refresh, and this is going to be equal to a helper function again. We're going to await refresh access token, which is going to be taking in just the account. So not account.refresh token. We're just going to take in the account object. All right, so let's work on this refresh access token helper function, maybe somewhere right inside this file. We're going to have export const the refresh access token, which is going to take in the account. So everything here is okay like this. And again, we're going to have our try catch block. Now, in case of error, we're not going to throw the error. So I'm just going to bring it in, but rather than throw error, we're going to be returning an object. And this object is going to have the access token. So let me type it out, access token, which is going to be of type account.access token. Otherwise, we return an empty string if it's not there. And we want to return the refresh token. So the refresh token is okay, but we're not going to return an empty string here like this, and everything is okay. So now on the try block, we need to install the Google APIs library. So here, let me quickly clear this and npm install Google APIs, because now we need to go on and refresh the access token, and we need to discuss with the Google APIs in order for us to get a refreshed access token. Okay. So while the installation is going on, I think we can already go up to import it. So let's come right here, and I'll just move this down. So here we're going to be importing Google, and this is going to be coming in from Google APIs. Let me just check the installation. Yeah, it's done. Okay. So now here where we have the refresh access token in the try block, we are going to say const OAuth to client. So OAuth to client is going to be equal to new google.auth.oauth2 like this, and it needs to take in the Google Cloud ID, client ID, and the secret. But you remember we didn't give it the name of Google Client ID, neither did we give it this name. So if you just double check the env, you see we called it auth Google ID, so we're going to use it here. And the same for the secret, auth Google secret, you should use the same name here. Okay, so now we have access to the OAuth2 client. We want to call the OAuth2 client.set credentials and the refresh token just like this, so account of refresh token. And after this, we are now going to have access to the credentials. So we're going to destructure the credentials from awaiting this call, just like this. And after this, we want to then go on and return the object, because now we have the access token, which is credentials.access token, and same for the refresh token, which is going to be equal to this, or we're going to say account.refresh token like this. So this is all we need. Okay, so here I'm just going to add the exclamation mark here like this, and also right here I'm just going to say cast it as string. Okay, so now let's continue. We have our refreshed access token here. The next thing we want to do is to go on and update the access token. So const updated access token. We want to update in our own database, okay? So updated access token is going to be equal to await update access token, and it needs to take in two properties. It needs to take in the account and also the refreshed. Okay, so now let's define this update access token. We don't have it yet, and we're going to be doing this right inside the model. So here, let's come over to the user auth session model and export const. And this is going to be update access token, and it's an async function that takes in the account, which is going to be of type account, and it's also going to take in refreshed. Now refreshed is going to be of type record, so let's have it here. Refreshed is going to be a record, which is going to have the string as a value and unknown as a key and unknown as a value like this. And this is going to return a promise that is going to just return in a string, not string or null. So just like this. All right, so here we're going to do some functional programming, because now we want to have access token, and this access token we want to retrieve it from the refresh token. And for that, we're going to be making use of Lambda, which is just a functional programming utility. You're going to see it in action. So let's install it. Npm install Lambda like this, and wait for the installation to complete. All right, so let's work with it already. Let's say this is going to be equal to prop. Now let's import prop from Lambda. We don't get the autocomplete, but we're going to do this manually. So let's import it right at the top. I'm just going to bring this down, and here we're going to import prop, and prop is going to be coming in not from Lodash, it's going to be coming in from Lambda like this. Now what does this prop do? It takes, we give it the key. The key here is access token, and refreshes the object. So access token is going to be pulled out from refreshed, okay? And the same thing here for the refresh token. So const refresh token is going to be equal to, here we're going to have it in parentheses, prop refresh token, and then we pass refreshed. Otherwise, we're going to have the account.refresh token, and we can cast it as a string just like this. All right, so lastly, we need the expires at, which is going to be this value, which is 1 hour from now. And then we can go on and do our update. So let's await prisma.account.update. And update is going to take the clause. Now the clause here, so where is going to be this object, and the key is going to be provider underscore provider account ID. So this key here, yes, and it's going to be this object, and the provider is going to be Google. Okay, and then the provider account ID is going to be account.provider account ID, just like this. And next we need to pass in the data that we need to update. Now the data is going to be the access token, the refresh token, and the expires at, just like this. And let's not forget, we need to return the access token here. Okay, so now we have this error for accounts. So we're going to say type account is just going to be equal to this object where we have the provider. Provider is going to be of type string. We're just going to define it right here. And also provider account ID is a string, and the refresh underscore token is a string or null. So just like this. Okay, so now we have this, the error from Lambda, we need to install the type. So npm install -- save dev at types /lambda. Let's run the type definition installation. And we can already go back to our helpers server to make use of this update access token. So here we are. I'm just going to quickly bring in the import here. Just like this. And now we want to return the updated access token, which is a string, as you see here. So let's go on and return the updated access token. Cool. So now we have all of these. Remember, we are coming in from the Auth.js, which we just wanted to go and refresh and update the access token. So now let's import it. Cool. And now we have the access token. Okay, it's refreshed if it's expired, else we use the old one. Now we want to go on and inject this fresh token. So I'll just type it out here. So we want to inject the access token into the session object, just like this. And we're going to do it with another helper function. So we're going to return set session access token, which is going to take in the session and also the access token, like this. So let's have the helper function that would help us do this. And right here in the helpers.server, we're going to export const set session access token. It's going to be equal to this object, not equal to this object. It's going to take in these parameters. Now it's going to take in session, and session should be of type session, which should come in from NextAuth here, and then the access token. So let's have comma here and then have the access token, which is going to exactly be of this type, string, null, or undefined. Now we're going to say that this is going to be returning of type session, like this. All right, so let's say session.access token. So here session.access token is going to be equal to access token or undefined, and then we return the session. All right, so now we have an error here. This error, if you just hover on this error you have here, say property access token does not exist on type session. It's an easy fix. All we need to do is to come into Auth.js, and right at the top here we need to just declare module for NextAuth so we can extend it. I'm just going to move this up here. All right, so let's do that. We're going to declare module NextAuth like this, and we want to have an interface for the session so that we can now inject the access token. Now the error is gone, and also the refresh token, which is also of type string. All right, so we have done the hard part. Okay, we just need to import this get set session access token. And to round this up, now we need to provide extra configuration to these auth options here outside of the callback. Next is the secret, and this secret is just used to sign the JWT tokens. And here you see the env.local is called auth secret. So let's update the name right here. And lastly, we just need to enable debug, which is just going to help in development. So here we're going to set debug. And since it's in development, we can just say project.env.node.env is equal to development. All right, so we actually did quite a whole lot to set up the session, to go on and set up the JWT in the callback and all of these. It's quite a lot. So I advise you digest the code. You see how the moving parts are connected, especially how we go on to refresh the token if the token is expired. Now, once you feel confident, we can then continue over the next video. It is time for us to finally build out our user interface. I don't know if it's been boring, but let's do it. Before we continue, I just noticed that I have a typo here. So it should be CC for access token, not CCC. The idea for this video is for us to bootstrap the auth page as well as the dashboard page. Now, first off, let's start up our development server. So by running npm run dev, you're going to have a local preview where you can watch your file for changes, which is going to be localhost port 3000 here. Now this is going to load and we should see the details of our home page once it loads fully. And here it is. Actually, we have an error. Okay. And the error says at Prisma /client did not initialize yet. Okay. And this error is coming in from line 5 here, the new Prisma client, which is from the source prisma.ts. So let's head over to the Explorer here, and inside the source, we should come into the prisma.ts. Now here on line 1, that's where we have the at Prisma /client. Now this should come from our generated output, which is at /generated, and then we have /prisma. That's the Prisma client that we should be making use of. Once you save this file and you come back to the browser, you should no longer have the error. And we have a new error. And this one says failed to load external module, node module. Okay. Let's come over to the terminal here. And if we see, the middleware was compiled, and after which we had this error. Okay, so most likely we need to make a fix in our middleware.ts file, and we do. So what's going to happen, I'm going to get rid of everything that we have here, and I'm going to export this default function called middleware, just like this. Now, we're going to change the type for the request. This type should be next request, which is imported from next/server. So next request, just like this. Now, what I'm going to do here, the first is to find out if the user is authenticated. So is authenticated is going to be, so authenticated like this is going to be equal to this double bank operator, and then request.auth is going to tell us if the user is authenticated, just like this. It's a boolean. Now we don't see auth here, and if you hover on this, you're going to see that property auth does not exist on type next request, and for that we're going to declare module. Now we can do that in, I'll just leave this comment here. We can actually go into this in the next /env.declaration.ts file, just like this, .d.ts, but we're going to do it in here. Okay, so we're going to declare module. So declare module, and this module is the next/server here. And here we have our object, and we want to have a type for this interface next request. And this is going to have the auth. So let's define the type. So auth here is going to have type any. And I'm going to use this directive. So right in here, ESLint disable next line, and at TypeScript -ESLint no explicit any. Now, once we have this, let's have the dashboard. Okay, to know if it's the dashboard. So here we're going to say const dashboard, and this is going to be equal to the request.nextURL.pathname if it starts with /dashboard. Cool. So we're going to have this check. We're going to check if it's the dashboard and the user is not authenticated, then we'll redirect the user to not /login. We'll redirect the user to the /auth page. Let's bring in next response from next server. So here it's going to go to /auth, and this is not going to be request.url. It's going to be request.nextURL, and then we're going to have .origin. Cool. Now if everything is okay, then let's continue to the next middleware, which is going to be returning next response.next. All right, so we want to run this on the dashboard route, right? So we want to run this middleware when the user tries to visit, let's say, /dashboard. Okay, that's when we want to trigger this. So we're going to just have this comment here for you on the dashboard route. So we're going to export config. This is the matcher like this. So I'll leave this comment for you here. I'm just going to bring this comment in. This middleware checks if the user is authenticated before allowing access to the dashboard routes. Okay, just like this. And also the sub routes. So it's sub routes. Just here, I'm just going to leave this comment here. Okay. So now we have this. We should no longer have the error. So now let's save and come back to application and refresh. If you still have the error, just kill your development server with Ctrl+C and npm run dev again, and then just give it a refresh and everything should work fine. Okay, so just give it a second and let's see. Cool. Okay, so the next thing is for us to build out our pages, bootstrap the authentication page, because currently if we go to /auth, you see this page could not be found. Now we know Next.js uses file-based routing. So right here in the source app, we're going to be creating a new folder called auth, which is going to be, /auth, and here I have the page.tsx. And the same for the dashboard. So here we're going to have dashboard, which is going to be /dashboard, and here we're going to now have the page.tsx. Let me quickly start in this dashboard page, RAFCE, and bootstrap the dashboard page here and get rid of the React.js import right from the top here. And we can do the same for the auth page. So gonna come here, RAFCE again, and rename this to be auth page and get rid of the React.js import. Now if you save and you come back to your browser, you should see the content of the auth page. So just give this a reload, and here we see auth page. Now let's try to visit the dashboard route. Remember, we have our middleware, that should be working. And if the user now tries to go to /dashboard, you see we are redirected back to /auth. Now, why is this happening? That's because of the middleware that we set up. Right here in the middleware, we are checking if the user is not authenticated and the user is trying to visit the dashboard route. In that case, we should redirect the user to /auth. And that's what happens. The user goes back to /auth. Cool. All right, so in the coming video, we are going to be setting up this authentication page to make sure that the user can sign up into our application. Let's do that next. In this video, we're going to be setting up the authentication page. All right, so let me close all the tabs that we have open, and I want to provide us with a component. So right here, open up your Explorer, and we're going to be creating a component folder because I want to give us the Google Auth button. This Google Auth button component is available on GitHub. So go over to GitHub, you will see the source code, and there you'll be able to copy and just paste this right into your project. So this is it. I'm just going to paste it right inside here and quickly walk us through this component. It's pretty much straightforward as you see here. This Google Auth button has this Google Auth button props where we receive the onClick as well as the isLoading prop. And by default, we're not loading. And on click, we call on click, and the button is disabled if we are loading. And if we are loading, we're going to show this animated spinner. Otherwise, we're going to display this SVG. As well as if we are loading, we show sign in ... just to indicate we are loading. Otherwise, we're just going to display sign in with Google. So that's all that's going on here. Now we are missing this Shadcn UI button. Let's come over to the browser. We already have the Shadcn UI button component open, so right over here, and down here you see the command, so npx shadcn at latest add button. Let's copy this, come back to the IDE, open up your terminal, and I'll just split the terminal here and paste in the command. Okay, so while the installation is going in, let's come back to the page.tsx, the auth page. And let me just double check this installation. Yeah, so I just need to hit enter to use false and the error should be gone. Now, also in this page, I'm going to be providing us with this code here. Again, you can find it on GitHub, and it's just pretty much straightforward, as you can see. And the first thing I want to do in this page is to mark it as a client component, as a client page. So just right at the top, we use the use client directive. Now we need some couple of Shadcn UI imports here, especially the card. So here in Shadcn UI, let's search for the card, and this is the installation command. So npx shadcn at latest add card. So execute this, and we can already import the different components that we need here. So it has been installed, and let me import this card, which will come from components UI card. Same for the card header, and same for the card title, same for the card description. Let me quickly bring this here. Again, the card content, and this Google Auth button that we just created here. Let's bring it in. So we're going to quickly import this. Now it's obvious we are missing the on-click Google add auth as well as the is loading. No worries. And even if you see further down here, we are also missing this error, which is a local state we're going to be setting, but we can import this card footer and the link. This link is going to be coming in from next/link. And I think that's about it. Yeah, so that's everything we need. Now we need these variables. So let's have our state. So I'm going to bring this in. So for the loading state, but get rid of this React so that we can just import use state. And what next? Let me see here. Yes, for the error, let's bring in the error state. And next, just down here, we're going to be having the const handle Google Auth. Auth is going to be equal to this async function. I'll just close the function right here. Okay, so in here, we want to set is loading to true. So set is loading to true. We can also set error to null. So we can just go and reset the error state. So let's set error to null. And then here we're going to have our const result. And const result is going to be equal to await signing. Now this signing should be imported from NextAuth/React. And it needs a provider, as you see here, which is the Google provider we are making use of like this. We're not passing in the callback configuration. And here we're just going to check, yes, that if we have result.error, so if that's the case where we have an error, then here we are going to set error to the result.error, and we also want to just log the error to the console. So here I'm going to say console, so console.log, and that would be, we can just say error signing in. So error signing in result.error, and we are good. Okay, so now we have this. We can set is loading to false right here. Cool. So this makes sense. We're going to be trying it out in a second. And after creating this, the next thing we're going to be doing is to come right to the auth setup, because we want NextAuth to be aware of this page. So here in the auth.ts, you can just come further down here, and maybe after this secret, okay, we can just add the pages, and then it knows that /signin should go to the /auth route. Okay, so NextAuth is aware of the page, which is our sign-in route, which is this page over here. Okay, so that's just one extra configuration. Now let's give this a trial. Okay, so we are here. We are seeing the card first. We're going to come back and try this out in a second, but now you're seeing the page configuration here. And before we try this out, I just want us to make sure that if you're authenticated, you shouldn't visit this route. We're going to be creating a layout.tsx to make sure that that's the case. And inside this layout.tsx, we're going to check if the user is authenticated, then redirect to the dashboard. Okay, so let's export the default function. And this function, we're going to call it auth layout. and I'll just bring in all this boilerplate that we have here, but we don't need this layout here. I mean these divs. So I'm just going to get rid of this div and just have an empty fragment that is going to be returning the children prop just right here like this. Okay, so now we need to have access to the session. Let's do it right up top here. So const session, and const session is going to be equal to get server side session as we are seeing here. So let's have the get server, we're not getting auto completion, so get server side session or server session, and pass in the auth options. Okay, now for some reason I'm not getting in the import, so let me import it manually. We're going to import this get server session, which will come from NextAuth, and if you hover on this, it says module NextAuth has no exported member get server session. Did you mean to use this? That means the documentation must have changed. So let's quickly come right into the Auth.js, and right here in the documentation, let's look into this session management, and here we're going to see the get session. Okay, so all we need to do is to const session is going to be equal to await session. So we just need to await auth, sorry, and we're going to have access to the session. So let's copy this and replace it with what we have here. Cool, and get rid of this. Now we need to obviously import auth, so let's import it from our auth file, and that's about it. So here we're going to say if session, then we want to return a redirect, because we want to redirect user to the dashboard route. So if session, let's return a redirect, which should come in from next/navigation and /dashboard. Okay, also let's log it to the console. So here we're just going to console.log session like this. All right, so we are good and ready to try this out. Let's see. Once we authenticate, once we are up and running, we should be redirected back to the dashboard page, so that we don't log in and remain on the auth page. Okay, so here I'm just quickly going to refresh, and now we're going to click on sign in with Google and give this a moment for it to be done. And it's currently signing in, and it should kick us into the Google OAuth flow. So let's just give this a second. It could take some time, maybe if you try out for the first time, and here we are. So I'm going to click on my email, and this email has been added as a test account. As you see here, I have been given access. So do add the email address you're working with there and just hit on continue. You see here we're signing in with code with lari, which was a brand name. And for the access, do go on and select all, okay, for your calendar and also your email. And then you can hit on continue. Okay, so let's give this the time for it to grant us the permission and then authenticate us right into the application. And once this is done, we should find ourselves at the dashboard route. So give this a second, could just take a while, and it fails. Okay, so it's actually quite self-explanatory why it is failing, because you see here, localhost redirected you too many times. So you see, it tries to go to /dashboard and there's a lot of redirect, but we see the session here. Now this error is coming in from the middleware.ts file. And why is that? Because we have that is authenticated boolean there, and this is not the right way for us to do this. So we need to update this logic. Okay, and because of that, it's always going to be returning false. We can delete that. I'm not going to no longer be making use of it. And here we're going to be saying here that is authenticated is going to be awaiting get token. Now get token will come from NextAuth JWT, and it's going to take in this object of configuration. Okay, and this object is the request, the secret, and also we're going to get rid of this row here. Okay, and this await, we just need to mark this as an asynchronous function. And let's go over to the .env so that we can see the name for the secret. And over here in the .env.local, you can see the name is auth secret. We should use the same name here. Now with this change, let's quit the development server and restart npm run dev. And after this, we should come over to the browser. Just give this a reload. And now you should see the dashboard route because we are currently authenticated. So here we are seeing the dashboard route. Okay, so working cool. And if we try to go to /auth, we should be redirected back to the dashboard route because remember our logic in the auth layout. So there we should be redirected back to the dashboard because we are currently authenticated. So just give this a second. And here we are redirected to the dashboard. Now, let's log out manually. We're going to just clear the cookie that we have here. So here I'm just going to open this up and come over to the application. And here in application, I'm just going to clear the cookies that we have here. So right click, hit on clear. And that means we are logged out of the application. So now we are logged out. If we come on to refresh this dashboard page, you see we are directed to /auth because we are logged out. And if we try to sign back into the application, now we should be redirected straight up to the dashboard route. Now we need to go through the flow. Remember our configuration in Auth.js. So I'm just going to hit continue, so that we just quickly round up this flow and also hit on continue. And once you are authenticated, you should be over. Yeah, so here we are, the dashboard route, everything working fine and everything working good. We're going to continue building out the application. We're going to build out the dashboard layout next. So here we have the current state of our application. We do have this dashboard route. But now let's come over to Shadcn UI documentation because we need to add the sidebar component. So here, just search for the sidebar. So I'm just going to use Command F and search for the sidebar component, which is just here. And once you see it, do go ahead and click on it so it can give us this sort of navigation that we can use in our application. Now you can read through to see how it works, but that's why you are taking this course so that we can do it together. So I'm going to copy this and come back to the terminal and run the installation here. So npx shadcn at latest add sidebar. Execute this. And once you have the sidebar component right in here, you want to come first to your root layout. So source app layout.tsx. And right in here, we need to wrap our entire application with the sidebar provider, as you see here. All right, so let's do it. I'm just going to come here real quick and have the sidebar provider, which should be imported from the components UI sidebar. So then I move this right here like this. And I'll use force. All right, so let's save this. And the next thing we want to do now is to go ahead to create a dashboard page component. So what's going to happen is I'm going to come right here, dashboard, and create this dashboard page component.tsx. And let me quickly bootstrap this here. Dashboard page components. So the idea is that this page is going to be used right inside this layout. Okay, and for that it's going to be a client component, and this page itself for the dashboard is going to remain as a server component. Hence, we're going to be returning right here this dashboard page component. So let's come here and let's have the dashboard page component being returned right in here like this. And let's make sure we have our development server back on. So npm run dev, and I will just come here and refresh this for now. All right, so let's work on this dashboard page component. So right inside this dashboard page component, we are going to be returning this div, and it's going to have this class name. So flex, height of screen, width full, and it's also going to have a BG background like this. And first here we're going to have the sidebar. So here we are going to have the sidebar, and we haven't created it yet. So this is going to be the dashboard sidebar like this. So let's go on and create this dashboard sidebar here. I'm just going to get rid of this. So right here in our components folder, we're going to be creating this new file, dashboard-sidebar.tsx like this. And we need a whole lot of imports, which I'm just going to paste in here. So what are we importing? We're importing all of these icons from Lucid React. And also we are importing all of these from the component UI sidebar that we just installed right here. Now let me export function dashboard sidebar like this. It's going to take in a prop, but for now we can just have the type here, dashboard sidebar props, for now to just be an empty object. And here we can just assign the props already to be this. Okay, so let's start. We are going to first have this sidebar like this, and this sidebar is going to be returning all of these that we have here, or not returning. It's going to be having the sidebar header, the sidebar menu, the sidebar menu item, and also the sidebar button. Yeah, so all of these is going to be right inside of this sidebar. And then we need to have the sidebar content. So just here we're going to have the sidebar content like this, and then we're going to have the sidebar group. So here, sidebar group like this, and we need to have a label. So here we're going to have a sidebar group label, and the label here is going to be reminders. We can already have a first preview and import this right in here like this. Now why do we have this error? Because we are not returning in here, so we should come here and not forget to return, just like this. And once we save this and have our preview, we see dashboard sidebar is not defined. We know it is now defined, so let's save this, and we should see our sidebar building up gradually. It's taking too much of time for me, so what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna quit this and run the dev server again, and just quickly come here and give this a refresh in the new tab. All right, so now we see the dashboard here and we see reminders. Cool. So what are we going to do next? Here, after this sidebar group label, we are going to have the sidebar group content. So here we are going to have the sidebar group content. Now in here we're going to be listing out or having a group of reminders, but for now we can just have this like this, and it's going to be okay. And we can just throw in this sidebar footer, which is going to have some just outside this content. So this sidebar group content, we are going to be having the sidebar footer. So just like this. Hopefully I can fit everything, so maybe you can pause and type it all out so I don't waste your time, or you can just copy and paste the code from GitHub for this sidebar footer here, and we are good. So let's save this and have a preview on what we have. So this is what we have here like this, and something is wrong actually, because this sidebar footer should be down here and not up here. So let me quickly fix what we have missed here. This sidebar footer here should just be below, so not right here, not here. It should be here. Okay, it's just outside the sidebar. And once you save this, you see, and you can just get rid of this if it's in your way. So preferences, and here you can see hide. Okay, so this is the layout here. This is where we're going to have our logout functionality, and here we're going to have a list of reminders. So that'll be all for now. We're going to come back because we actually wrote out a whole lot of code. And so let's take a time to have our code base together in sync. And when we come back, we are going to continue right here. And we're going to have the main column in this dashboard page component. All right, so we are going to continue. And this time around, I want to build out the dashboard header. Now, first off, just outside this sidebar, we're going to have another div. And this div is going to have this class name. And the class name is going to be equal to flex. Give it a flex call and also give it a width full. And give it a flex 1, not 1/2, 1. And overflow hidden. Sorry, where do we have it? So overflow hidden here. And then we can close it. So in here, we are going to have the dashboard header. The dashboard header, and this dashboard header is going to have a height of 56 pixels. So I'm just going to leave this comment here so that once you see it, you're going to know what's going on in this dashboard header. Okay, so it's going to have this height of 56 pixels. I think it's going to be height 14 in Tailwind CSS. All right, so here let's have the dashboard header, and it's going to be a self-closing component, just like this. Now, obviously, we're going to get the error that this dashboard header is not defined, but it's just going to be a very simple and straightforward component because right here inside of our components, we can just have the dashboard -header.tsx file. And let's save this here. You see, I just brought all of these in. You see, it already has this height of 56 pixels. And here you see for the on medium devices and above, the width is 100%, but we are subtracting the sidebar width. Now, this sidebar width we are subtracting here is this width. Okay, so is this width that we are subtracting. And in case you're not so familiar with Tailwind CSS, you can just come here and double search for this sidebar width like this. And you should see this sidebar width defined right here in the sidebar component that we brought in from Shadcn UI. Now there's something else I want to show you, because if we come right into here, dashboard sidebar, you would see that this sidebar which we just visited is taking in that width. So somewhere around here, yeah, so you see the width is sidebar width. Okay, so I just want to let you know why we are doing some things like this here, but otherwise it's going to be fixed, and then it's going to have this BG, and every other thing here remains the same. And I'll just get rid of this assist AI, just have assist like this, or personal assist, which is just going to be the heading of the application, and every other thing should remain the same. All right, so once you get the source code, you would have access to this component that you can just copy and paste and bring in right into your project here. So here we're going to import this, give this a save, and now once we come back here and just refresh this, we should see you see personal assist here, and we see all of these icons right here. All right, so that's for the dashboard header. Okay, so after this dashboard header, the next thing we're going to have is this tabs container. All right, so here, let's have it. We're going to, I don't think we have the tabs yet from Shadcn, so let's bring it in. So here we have tabs, and again, npx Shadcn at latest add tabs. So that's the command that we need, and we can just come here and split this and paste this here. So let's add the tabs. All right, so now as it gets installed, we can just, we can just bring in the tabs and just wait for it, just use force. And once the installation is complete, we can now import it right into this component. So let's give it a second. We don't have it yet. So now we have access to the tabs, and we can now import it coming from our components UI tabs. Okay, so It's going to need the onValue change and active tabs and all of that, but for now let's just give it this class name, and the class name here is going to be flex core, and lastly flex1, not lastly overflow hidden here. Okay, so how do we get the active tab and the set active tab state? Now we're going to handle that in our use state. So right here we are going to have this. So active tab, set active tab is going to be equal to use state, and default value is going to be chat. So let's just have all of these in our local state. Now, right inside these tabs, then we can make use of the active tab and set active tab. So here tabs, it wants to know the value, and the value is going to be equal to the active tab, which by default is chat. And then we're going to call onValue change. OnValue change takes in a function, and we know that the set active tab is a function and it's going to help us update. Okay, so that's it. And now we want to have the tab list. Okay, so let's quickly come just right below this tab, and here, we are going to have the tab list. Component should come in from our components. Let's give it the class name. The class name is going to be sticky, going to have a top of 14 like this. Z index of 10 is going to have a width full, and it's going to have a BG white, and a border bottom, and height of 12, and lastly is going to have a padding of 2. Okay, so here let's have our tabs trigger, should come in from our components, and this is now going to have the value of chat here, and here I'm just quickly going to have this bot here, and bot should be imported from Redux UI. And this is going to, let me just close it up here, and here we have chat, and here we can close this. Okay, so before we continue, I just want to have this class name updated. Rather than give it this width, you're just going to have flex items center and give it a gap of 2. All right, so now we need to bring this for others, but let me just give this quickly a class name. And the class name here is going to be a size of, let's say size of 4. All right, so this tab trigger, we can now have this 1, 2, 3 more times, and this is going to be for calendar. And this is going to have calendar, which should be imported from Redux UI. And this is going to have reminders, and this is going to have clock, should also come in from Redux UI. And lastly, here is going to be mail. Mail should come in from Redux UI. And here we are going to have, let's have Gmail over here. So now if we save this, we don't have the content yet, but if we save this, now we see we have these tabs here. So just right outside this tab list, we are going to have a div, and let's quickly start this div. So this is going to have this class name. The class name here is flex1. It's going to have overflow y auto, px of 4, padding bottom of 4, a padding top of 14, and a margin bottom of 20. Okay, and right here we're going to have the tabs content. Tabs content should come from our components. It's going to have a value, and let's give it a class name, and the class name here is going to be space y of 4, and we can close this. So this tabs content that we have here is going to be the content for chat. So here we can just have chats. We're going to be fixing all of these, and we can bring this to 3, 4 more times, and this is going to be for calendar. So the value here is going to be for calendar, and the value here should have been chat. So here the value should be calendar like this, and here should display calendar, not here, here. So this is for reminders, so we should use reminders here for this here, and the value should be reminders. And the same for this, the value should be reminders, it shouldn't be chat. And the last we have is Gmail. So this value here should be Gmail, not chat. And here also should be Gmail. And lastly, this should be, Gmail, like this. So now once we save this, and now you see it makes sense because we have the value here. So this is what we have going. Now we're going to be focusing on working on the individual components. And we are going to get started first with this chat component. I think actually before we get started with the chat component, we are missing something, right? We are missing the footer. So let's come back and work on this footer here. Okay, so last time out, we created this. Now I think this is going to be the shortest video here, because just right outside this div that we have here, no, still inside the tabs, but just right outside this div, I'm just going to paste in this bunch of code here. Now, what is this code doing? As you see here, it's a div, which is going to be at the footer of each tab content. And that's why it's this fixed. It also has the same width that subtracts from the sidebar width. And it is fixed. That's why we then have the left. And on medium devices, you see that the left here is being using this value of the sidebar width, bottom 0, and then the BG. And inside here, most importantly, we have this form and the handle submit. I'm not just going to bother too much about it. For now, I'll just leave it like this. And this text area, we need to bring it in. So let's quickly come over here and bring in this text area from Shadcn UI and just have it right in here. And also for the value, I'm just going to leave the value here. Let's not bother too much about it yet. And also for this onChange, I'll just set it to this function and bring in text area from Shadcn UI. And lastly, bring in the button and bring in the send icon from Lucid React. So that's it already for this video. Now, if we come back here, and we should see this. So that's all we needed to work on next. Now, the next video, we are going to concentrate on working on one of these schemas, because this is chat, calendar, reminders, Gmail. We're going to be working on the schemas for creating messages. All right, so right now we need to create messages, okay? So how do we do that? First, let's come right into our Prisma folder, and here in our schema.prisma, and here we already have other models. So we have a model for user, we have a model for account, we need to create a model, and this time it's going to be for a message. Now, what's the message going to look like? Message is going to have an ID, and this ID is of type string, and at ID default CUID, like this. It's also going to have a row, that is whoever is creating the message. Then it's going to have a content, which is the actual message. It's going to have the created at, like this, which is of type date time. And then it's going to have the updated at, like this. And then it's going to have the user. I'm just going to have this comment here, relation to a user. So here it's going to have the user, which is the user ID. Let's have the user ID. Now this ID we have here is just a string, but we want to let Prisma to be aware that this user ID is related to a user field. And to do that, we're going to have user just like this. So here we're going to have user, which is of type user. So this user object here. And then we're saying it has a relationship to the user type. And the field is this user ID, which is referencing ID. Now this references ID is this ID here. Okay, and the reason why we have the error, if you hover, let's see if it gives us more information. Error validating field user, the relation field user model is missing an opposite relation field. So you see, so let's add it manually here. If I format, it's going to add it, but let's add it ourselves. So to add it up, we're just going to come here and say, hey, user is going to have messages, which is going to be of type message array, just like this. And now the error is gone. So this is it for our message schema. Now let's quickly save this and we have our terminal up and running. But if you come right here, you see as before, I'm just going to give this a reload, but you see here we're not going to have the message schema. So we want to make sure that over here that we have the message schema, and we've done this before. I'm just going to quit the server and run npx prisma generate, just like this, which is going to regenerate the Prisma client, and it is done. So now npx prisma db push. All right, so now this is going to push what we have here, and we have an error. Environment variable not found, direct URL. I think we've done this previously, so we know what the error is or where the error is coming from. So if we check our package.json just here, here we need to run this push here. So this to load the environment variable. Okay, so we can have a command for it. So let's have another command here and call it db push, just like this. So this is going to load the .env to load the environment variables, and then npx prisma db push. So let's save it, and now we can run this command. So npm run db push like this and execute. Okay, so this is going to load the environment variable and then npx prisma db push. So now once this is done, we should come over to our Supabase, and right then on Supabase we should see so it is done. You see here your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema. So now that means if you come here to Supabase, you should see, if you don't see it, you can just refresh and you're going to see the new messages schema load up right here. And here is it, the new message schema. It has the ID, the role, the content, and all of these. So now we have our message schema. We are going to be coming back, and in the next video we are going to be creating, or we are going to be fetching the messages, and then we want to display the messages which we don't have currently right here. Let's work on that next. All right, so let's go on to focus on the messages feature of application. We don't just want to have chat here. We want to display the messages just as we have all of these. But for now, we're going to be focusing on this messages feature of the application. So now let's come over to our source app, and here in our app, we have this page.tsx, which is the homepage of the application. We're not working on this page next yet. We want to come right here to the page. So here, this is the page for the dashboard, and the first thing we want to do here is to get the current user. So this is going to be equal to an async function. It's a server function. Here we want to go on and get the user. So const user is going to be equal to await the get current user function, which is a function that we don't have defined yet. So let's define this get current user utility function, and right here, if we come into the features, we already have this authentication helpers. So let's do that right in here. So here we're going to export a constant, which is the get current user. So get current user, which is going to be, it's not going to take in the session. So user is going to be equal to get current user like this, and it's going to be equal to this async function. I think it actually should take the session. Okay, so for that, I'm just going to cut this rather than have this right in the helpers server. What's going to happen is it's going to be right inside the model. Okay, so here inside the model, I'm just going to paste this in. So this is going to take in the session, which is going to be of type session like this. And let's quickly bring in session. So let's import session from NextAuth here. Okay, so now the first thing we want to do, or what we're going to go on and do here, is to just get the user. So we can just explicitly return the user here. So here we're going to have our return, and we're going to return the Prisma client. So here we have Prisma, and we're going to say .user, and we want to go on and find first. So this user, we're going to not find first, find unique. Yeah, like this. So here we're going to have our clause. So we're going to say where, and where the email is going to be equal to the session dot user dot email, like this. And then we want to include, we don't want to include accounts, we want to include messages like this. And we also want to order the messages. So here we're going to say order by, and we want to order it by created at and not in descending order. We want to actually order this in ascending, and to do that we are just going to write ASC like this. Now the error we are facing here is because string or null, is not assignable. So we know that this email is going to be there, so we can just cast it as type string like this. And now this get current user is going to be returning this promise for us, which we need to await, and then it's going to return the user with the messages object also attached to it. Okay, so let me do well to save this and exit here. So now we need to call this get current user function and bring it right in here like this. Okay, so now already we're going to be having errors because this needs the argument here, the session argument. So let's pass it over to it. So we're going to get the session, and we know that we can get the session by awaiting auth. We have seen it, the auth object that comes from our auth, just like this. And now we can take the session and pass it right here. Now this is going to query us because if you see this session could be of type session or null, and this needs the session object to be there. So to make sure we avoid the error, we can just say if there is no session, we can just return this div that says unauthorized. Okay, and you see the application is happy now, and now we have access to our user without any issues. But let's just check here. So let's just have a check here. If we don't have any user, let's go on and throw. So if there is no user, let's go on and throw a new error, that user not found. Okay, so the next one to check now, if this user doesn't have a message, we need to create one for the user. So how do we do it? We're going to have this check. So if user, so here if user dot messages, we want to create a default message dot length. If it's equal to 0, in that case we are going to create a default message for the user. Okay, if none exists or something like that. So we're going to await create assistant default message like this, which is going to take in the user ID. Now we don't have this. We are going to be creating it right now. So we're going to have an actions folder where we're going to have the actions that we call in our components. So for that, right inside the source folder, let's have an actions folder. And right here in actions folder, we're going to be creating, let's just create a file. And this file, we call it messages.ts. So all our action for messages is going to be living inside here. Now we're going to mark this as a server component in case of the use server directive. And we also need to import Prisma. So let's import Prisma. It's not going to come from @lib, so it's going to come from @ and what do we call it, generated / Prisma like this. So now we have access to our Prisma client. Let me show. Oh, @ Prisma. Yeah, so we need to take it from @ Prisma. Okay, so the error is gone and we are good. So now I'm just going to leave this comment here for create. And here we want to export a constant. And what did we call the constant? Create assistant default message is going to be taken in the user ID. And here we're just going to be returning the prisma.message.create. Create is going to take in this object here. Now create needs the data. So here we're going to have data, and data is going to be this object. So here what's the content going to be? The content is going to be, it's going to say something like this. Hello, I am your assistant. How can I help you today? So something like this. The role is going to be assistant, and the user ID, it's just going to be the user ID over here, and everything is fine. So now we have this, which we are going to be calling right up inside here. So let's make sure we import this from our actions / messages. Okay, so now if the user don't have a message, we're gonna create a default message for the user, and then we want to fetch the messages that we're going to pass over to this component. And for that, we're going to have this. We're going to use promise.all because we're going to have other requests that we're going to be sending here. It's going to be equal to our promise.all, and here we're going to have our first promise, which is going to be get messages. So get messages, and get messages is going to take in the user ID. Now it doesn't make sense to use promise.all because we are just calling one, but in future we're going to fetch the calendar events, we're going to fetch reminders, fetch emails. So it just makes sense that we get off started like this. Now we're going to come back to our messages.ts action, and now we need another action for read, and this is going to export cons get message, and we just need to bring in this. So what's going on here? Prisma.message.find many, and this is our clause where the user ID is going to be equal to this user ID we bring in here, and we want to order by ascending, created at ascending order like this. So we have our get messages function. Let's save this and make sure that we import this from our actions here. Now for a second, I want to comment this out. We're going to bring it back in, but the reason I'm commenting it out is it's going to go on and create this message, once we save it. And I want us to see the message on our own. I don't want it to just create it for us without us, really knowing what's going on. So now we have our messages here. We can pass it right into the dashboard page component. Now the dashboard page component is going to scream at us because we are not telling it that you need to receive this messages prop. So let's make sure we tell it to receive this prop. For that, I'm going to have this object here, which is going to be of type this object. And now we're going to say you have messages, and we're going to say, hey, you're going to be expecting messages as well. And this messages you're expecting is going to be an array of messages. So here we're going to say message, and message is going to come from our type. So generated Prisma array like this, and we should no longer have the error here. No, we don't. We only have the error because we are commenting this out. Cool. So now we have our messages here, but what we want to do, because we want to have optimistic UI, and optimistic UI is when we go and type something here and create a message. We want the message to appear immediately. We don't want the request response cycle to be completed. We want to just fake that everything went fine. Hey, do go on and create the message. The user should see the message in real time, and for that we're going to be using local state. So here we're going to have a const. I'll call this local messages. So local messages, and set local messages is going to be a use state of this type. Now for TypeScript to know what's going on here, let's say this is going to be a message array as well. So we're going to have our array of message just over here, and you see the initial value is what? The initial value is this messages. So the messages we fetch from here is what we are passing here as the initial value. So set local messages is already of this type, it knows because of TypeScript, but if we have messages, it's going to be populated over here where we have the local messages. So now we have local messages. We want to display the local messages. So what's going to happen is come further down here, and here we have chats. We don't want to have chats over here in this space. What we want to have here is going to be this div. So here let's have this div just here, and this div is going to have a class name, and the class name for this div is going to be flex-1. It's also going to have a space y of 4, and let's give it a padding bottom of 4 like this. All right, so in here we want to map through our local messages. So here we're going to have our local messages.map, which is going to give us access to each message and also the index. So I'm just going to wrap this up like this, and here we're going to have the index over here. Now we need to return JSX. We need to return a component, and we don't have it yet. So for now, I'm just going to have this chat message over here. Now we are in a map. We have the index. So we need to provide a key prop here. So the key here could be the message ID. So let's have the message ID as the key. And that means we don't really need to bring in the index. So I'm just going to get rid of the index over here like this. And we are good. Now we need to obviously pass the message here. So I'm going to pass the message, which is going to be equal to message. Now we don't have chat message, and it obviously doesn't know it's receiving some props. So let's quickly fix that. For that, we're going to come into our components, and right here in the components folder, we are going to be creating a new file, which is going to be chat-message.tsx, just like this, and array fce, which is going to help with bootstrapping the component. I'm going to get rid of the import React from React, and this is what we have yet. So first, I just want to quickly come over here and say, hey, you're going to be taking the message, which is going to be of type message. And message should come from @generated Prisma, but this is going to be an object just like this, where we have message is going to be of type message here. All right, so now to make sure we don't have any errors, I'm going to be exporting. So export const chat message just like this. And now we can come here and bring in chat message from components chat and save this. Everything should be fine. Why do we have this error? Because we're not using set local messages. So we're going to be using it in a second, but let's just get rid of the error for now and come back right over here. Okay, so now if you come to chat message, we obviously do have an error in this component. So the first one, we want to know if it's a user message. So let's do that. Const is user. It's going to be if message.role is going to be equal to user. And what we want to return here, we want to return this class name. So here, let's have this class name, and this class name is going to be equal to this, where we're going to give this flex. We're also going to give this item stats. We're also going to give it a gap-3 like this, and we want to give it some conditional style. So for that, I'm going to bring in the CN library. So in case you don't know where the CN library is coming from, it was auto-generated from ours, and you see it uses Tailwind merge to help us to merge some class names, which is going to be receiving here. All right, so for that, it's a function. We need to call it and then also pass the condition to this. And why do we have this error here? Because there is, perhaps we are not using it properly. Yes, we are not. I'm just going to cut everything here and get rid of this, and Tailwind CN is going to take in the default, which are all of these, and then we're going to have a comma, which is then going to have the condition. So here you see how it works. So we're going to just say is user. If it is true, then we just want to give it this justify end. So justify end, and also I think that's about it here. So that's just how it works. Okay, so if it's user, we also want to go on and display an avatar component. If it is not the user. So for that, we're going to say if it is not user, like this. So if it's not its user, that means if it is false, then we want to go on and display the avatar component. So I don't think we have the avatar component here. If we just check our UI, there's no avatar component. So let's bring it in from Shadcn UI. Just gonna refresh this. Once it refreshes for you, you want to just come right here into the, where do we have it, avatar component. The command remains the same, npx shadcn at latest add avatar. That's the command, and I'm just going to open this up. Just open a new terminal here, paste this in and execute. Okay, so now we can, let me check if it's successful, because sometimes we need the additional use force command for the installation to complete. Okay, but it's going to be pretty much straightforward. I can already bring in the avatar component here. So you see, use force, and I will just paste this here like this. And once the installation is complete, we can already begin to make use of the, so it's done. So here I'm just going to come here and let the IDE help me import the components. So say add all missing import. Let me see where it brings them from. No, not from Here, we want to bring it from @/components UI avatar, just like this. Okay, so now we have the imports. We're not going to see anything because currently we don't have any message. So even if we save this and we just come back to the IDE, we're not going to see anything because messages is currently empty in the database. Okay, we haven't created the message. We commented out the code. So the next thing we want to do now is to just have this div. So just right up here after this condition, we want to have this div, and this div is also going to have a dynamic class name. So here we're going to have the class name, and the class name we want to have here is going to be using the CN library again. So by default, we want to have this rounded LG. We also want to have this px-4. We want to give it a py of 2. We also want to give it a max W, so a max width of 80%. So here 80%, just like this. And we shouldn't forget to close up bracket here. So where's our condition? Just have this comma here. And now we're going to say if it's user, we want to have some class names here. Otherwise, we're going to have another class name. So what class name do we want to have if it's user? We want to give it a BG primary. And we also want to give it a text primary foreground here like this. And if it's not the user, so here we're going to have the BG secondary. And we're going to have it give text secondary foreground, just like this. And inside this div, we want to go on and display the message content. So here, let's have the message.content here. And the last component we're going to be having is the user avatar. So here, just like this, go on and bring it in. So if is user, we want to display this avatar here. And for the avatar fallback, we want to not display bots because it's a user. So we want to come on here and display user, which should come in from Lucid React. Okay, so this is our chat message component, pretty much straightforward. And there's something we want to do. We want to do have a scenario whereby when we create a new message, we want the message to come right at the bottom. And for that, let's have this div here, which is going to be having a ref like this. And the ref is going to be a messages and ref, which is a ref that we haven't created right now. So let's create this. I'm just going to copy this and come right here. And here I'm going to paste it in. It's going to be the use ref of the HTML div element. And I'm going to just bring this in quickly from React. Now, all of this isn't just going to work on its own because we need to scroll to the bottom of messages. So here, let me have, and for that, we need a use effect. So let's bring in our use effect. Use effect should come in from React. And what we want to do here is we can check if messages dot, so not local messages, we can use messages like this. So what we're saying here, if messages end ref.current, we want to have messages end ref.current. Scroll into view. I will just give it a behavior of smooth. I want to do that when messages update, or you can do it when local messages update like this, and everything is fine and good. So now let's save this. We have everything in place to display our messages, and if we come here, we don't see any message yet. So we see empty because currently the user don't have any message. So now we're going to try out the behavior of creating a new message. Let's try it out. We already have the code here commented out. I'm going to bring it back in. So I'm going to comment this back in, save this, and quickly come to the application. And we should see a new message here if we have done everything correct. So I'm just going to give this a reload, and now it's going to check the user don't have a message. So messages.length is going to be equal to 0. And here we see, hello, I'm your assistant. How can I help you today? Which is super cool. And we see the icon here. So if you go on and refresh this, you're not going to see double or duplicate message because we have the check in place. We see our message being persisted. And if you change this, you see that everything works fine. And if you come here, hey, you should have our new message here. Somewhat slow. Let's give it a kick by refreshing it. I wish you see our new message being displayed here. And the role is definitely going to be assistant. You see, this is the ID, this is the content, created that, and all of these. We have RLS disabled for all of them. No worries, we're going to look into RLS in a separate video, but now we have messages getting started. The next thing I want us to do is for us to go on and be creating or have the ability to create a calendar. So I'll see you. The next focus in our application is for calendar events. So how are we going to do for calendar events? It's pretty much the same. So rather than just have messages here, we also want to have a request for calendar events. And here, so this is for get messages. We want to have the next one, which is for get calendar events, like this, which is going to be taken in the user ID. We obviously don't have this get calendar events, so we're going to be creating an action for this, which is going to come right in the actions, and we're going to have one for calendar.ts. So here, let's have this as a server action component, make use of this use server, and we can already import Prisma. So let's export const, and this is going to be get calendar events. It's going to take in the user ID, and we want to return the calendar events like this. So Prisma.calendar event find many, and we want to find, oh, we don't have the schema. We want to find where the user ID is going to be equal to user ID, and want to order by not stats. Yeah, start dates like this, and in ascending order, and then it goes on to return the calendar events. So before we go on to fix this schema that we don't have for the calendar event, I quickly want us to come right over to the page.tsx and just import calendar events from our action. Okay, so let's save this. Is definitely gonna break. Application should be broken because we don't have the, you see, I think it should be broken. Perhaps it hasn't compiled, but it's gonna break because we don't have this calendar event schema. So let's come over to our schema.prisma file and just write on that message, we want to have a model for our calendar events, which is going to be, this is going to have an ID, and ID is going to be of type string. Okay, just like this. Is going to have a title, which is also of type string. And then it's going to have a location. Location is going to be of type string, and let's give it a default location. So we're going to have at default, and the default here is going to be Google Meet, just like this. So that's going to be the default location for this calendar event. And then we're going to give it a description. Description is going to be of type string. It's going to be optional, and then we can also add a default. And I also want the default to be Google Meet. Okay. And what else? We need the start date. And the start date for this is going to be of type date time. And the same, we need the end date, just like this. We need the start time. And the start time is going to be a string. The end time is going to be a string. It also needs the created at, which is going to be update time. The default is going to be now, and we also need the updated at. Now, before we go over to the user ID, we need to know the invitees or the attendees of this calendar event. So here we're going to have the attendees, which is going to be of type string, and then we're going to have the relation to the user, which is going to have the user ID, which is of type string, and then we're going to have this user here, which is going to be of type user at relation fields user ID references ID. So let's have the reference here by coming right into the user, and here we're just going to have the calendar events, which is going to be of type calendar event like this. So here we are okay, we are good. We are having the error, you see, because it doesn't know about calendar event, but now it still doesn't know because we need to regenerate the client. So let's do it. So npx prisma generate, and we also have the push command. So I think npx prisma, so npx prisma db-push. You see the error goes because now it knows, hey, and this db push, just a quick refresher, is this over here that we set up previously. Okay, And now this is just for the Supabase, because now Supabase client, our Supabase is not aware of the calendar events over here. So it's definitely, we just want it to be in sync. So now we run the push command. It's going to take a moment, and then we're going to have the calendar here. So is it done? Is it done? Is it done? Did we miss something? Let's quickly double check. We did. So we need to npm run db -push, just like this. This is the command because it's coming right from our package.json. And this time around is going to be successful, and it's going to have the sync to what we currently have right up in our Supabase project. So give it some moment for it to be done. And once it is done, I think we can already continue. So here, let's pass up our calendar event, which is going to be right equal to calendar events over here, which is then going to make our dashboard component to scream because we aren't passing the calendar event type to our dashboard page component. So come over here to the dashboard page component. We already have the type for messages. We can say, hey, we also expect calendar events now, which is going to be of type calendar events. It's not going to be an array of any. It's going to be an array of calendar events. So calendar events come from generated Prisma. Okay, so here we have our calendar events. And can we database server at this? So I have this error. Okay, I'm just going to make sure of my internet connection, and I'm going to try running this command again. So now I'm running the command again, and just to be double sure if we are still going to have the error. So now while it is going on, here we have our calendar events, which we are now bringing into the dashboard page. So now you see it is done and everything is okay. So if you come right here, you should see your new type for the calendar event, and we should get it here. So wait a moment, it loads up, and here we see our calendar event. Cool. All right, so here, what do we want to do next? We want to have the local state for the calendar events, because we're going to be creating events. So let's have it here. So const, we're going to have calendar events. So calendar events, and then we're going to have set calendar events, which is going to be equal to the use state. And use state needs the type. I'm going to come, because it's going to be more like the scheduling type. We're going to come back to this in a second. So it's going to take in the type of title. Title is going to by default be an empty string. Also for location, location initially is going to be an empty string. Description, which is also going to be an empty string. We have our start date, which is going to be by default empty string. And date, empty string. We're going to have our start time, which is also going to be an empty string. End time. And lastly, we have the attendees, just like this, which is going to be an empty array. The next thing we want to do is to come right to our form, which is going to be submitting. So currently, our form is just calling an empty function. So we don't want that to be the case. I'm just going to mark this, and we also have the unchanged. So it's time for us to update all of these. But for now, I'm going to have this handle submit just like this. And let's define this function. So come right to the top here. And over here, we want to have a const. And this is going to be handle submit, which is going to take in the event. So we know this is going to be of type form event, which should be brought in from React. And it's going to ask what sort of form event. So we're going to say HTML form element like this, and here we want to have the function body. So the first one we're going to do is to prevent default. So event.prevent default, and then we want to have access to the input. Okay, so for that, let's now work on the onChange. On the, we have this here. So right here on the onChange. So onChange, we want to have the event, and we want to set the input, which is a local state that we don't have. And set input is going to take the event.target.value right here, just like this. Now application is going to scream at us because we don't have this input or be set input defined. So what's going to happen is somewhere here we can just have it defined. So we're going to say const, we'll say input set input is going to be equal to useState, and by default is going to be an empty string. All right, this is okay. Oh, we're still missing this. No worries, we're going to be fixing this in a second. And now we have the input. What do we want to do when we want to submit the form? So down here, where we have the event.prevent default, we want to say if input.trim, which removes the white space at the beginning and at the end. So if you remove the white space and then you have some value right inside the input, in that case, we're going to call process message function, which we don't have, and then we want to pass the input.trim. So you can access this input.trim in a variable, but this is what we want to do. And then we also want to go on and set the input. So we want to reset the input back to an empty string. Okay, so let's now work on the process message function. And the reason why we have this process message, because we're going to be processing for the email, we're going to be processing for the chat, we're going to be processing for the calendar events. So we want to have this function that's going to help us to do all of that. So we can define the function here. So const process message is going to be equal to this async function, which is going to take the message, and the message we know is going to be of type string. And what do we want to do? We already reset the input here, but we will also want to come here and set input back to an empty string. We want to say if I want to know which message that we are processing. We want to know if we are processing for the reminder. We want to know if we are processing for the add meeting, like for the scheduling, which is what we want to do now. So we need a prompt, and we need to find a way to know when the user is trying to make use of the calendar. So for that, we're going to say if message, and then we can call to lowercase on it. And here we want to check, okay, if it includes, and let's say if it includes add meeting, or message dot to lowercase. So message dot to lowercase like this. I want to check that includes schedule. So if it includes any of these, then we're going to go on and perform an action. And the action we want to perform is the process calendar event action. So process calendar event here. And this process calendar event is going to take the message here. So this message we are passing here. And here we are going to be ending, but before we end, we need to define this. And we also need to come here and set the type for the calendar event schedule. So here we're going to have this type of calendar event schedule, and we need to, describe this type. So let's do that. We're going to come right into the source folder features, and here in the features, we want to have a feature for the calendar event like this. And here for the calendar event, we're going to have the types.ts. file. And it's pretty much straightforward. We can export a type, calendar event schedule, and we know to schedule an event. I'm just going to bring in all of these, a calendar event. We're going to have the title. We also have the location, the description, the start date, the end date, the start time, the end time, and the attendees. So basically all of these that we have over here. So we can come over and save this file, and over here let's bring in the calendar event schedule. Okay, so now for us to eliminate the last error we have here for the process calendar event, for now we can just define this function right here. So we can have a constant and call it the process calendar event, and this is going to obviously take in the message again, which is of type string, and in here we are going to process the calendar event. Okay, so we're going to come back next, and then we're going to be working on processing the calendar event, which is going to involve steps like passing the calendar event, setting the calendar event state, and also show our calendar event component, which is going to be a component that actually shows us a preview before we go on to send the calendar event. All right, so what's going to happen is quickly I'll restart the development server and walk through what we have done so far regarding calendar. So here's our page.tsx. We are fetching the calendar events because we had the calendar model. So if you visit this quickly, it's just discussing with our database to fetch the calendar events. So that's all that's going on here, and then it passes it to this dashboard page component, which now in turn, for now, we are not doing anything with the calendar events that we are getting, but we're going to be listing it out soon. And then we have the event data, calendar events, because this is going to be called when we are going to be creating a new component that is going to be having the calendar event. So this calendar event is the calendar event that we are going to be submitting to the database. And then we have this process message. So this handle submit gets called right here on the form, and then it calls process message, and process message want to know for which it is to process. So is it going to be processing for an email or for a calendar? And it wants to know, the way it knows is by having access to what the user types. So right here, if I type something like schedule, because now it calls process calendar event, which is this function, and here for now I'm just going to console.log the message. So now if you come here, and it includes this prompt, so I'm just going to quickly load this and open the console so that we can see the log right here. So I'll come here and type something like schedule. Actually, it's not working. I can't type into the input field, and basically whenever that happens, we don't have a value prop or an odd change. So you see the value is an empty string. So what's going to happen, the value here should be set to input. So now with this change, when we come back here, now you see we have this. Okay, so I'm just going to have a schedule event, just something like this here, and you hit send. You should see processing calendar event scheduled event. But if we type something else here and you hit, you don't see any log. Okay, you don't see any log. So it knows based on the type of prompt that you pass right into the input. Okay, so right here where we have the process calendar event, the first thing we want to do is to pass the calendar event. So here we're going to have our event, which is going to be equal to pass calendar event, and pass calendar event is going to take in the event message. Okay, so here where do we define this function? This is going to be defined into the calendar event features, and here we're going to have the utils. So here let's have the utils.ts file, and right here into the utils.ts file we are going to export a constant and this is going to be pass calendar event. It's going to take in the message, which is a string, And we want this to return the calendar event schedule type. So calendar event schedule, which is going to come from our type. So now from this message, we want to have the title match. We want to take all of these. So all of these that we have here. So the title, we want to take the location, the description, and that's what this is going to help us do. It's going to pass the calendar event based on this message that it receives. So I'm not going to be typing it manually because it's some rejects, but this is how we get the title match. So this is going to give us access to the title. And we also have the same for the start date. So this is for the start date. I just advise you copy these coming in from the GitHub so that you don't have any typos. And the same for the end date, end match. Okay, and we also have the same for the location, and it also has this. We also have the same for the description match. So this is the location match, and this is the description match. Now we want to pass the date time. We need a function that is going to help us with that, and then we have this function. Now this pass is coming in from datefns, which is a library that we don't have installed. So let's install the package. So npm install date-fns, which is going to go and install this package for us. I think we also need to install the types, but let's see. And we already need to, we can come up here and already bring in the imports from these. So we're going to be importing pass, invalid, as well as format, which will be coming in from datefns library like that. Okay, so while the installation is going on, I can quickly just collapse this. And it doesn't collapse for me. So pass, we already have brought it in, and we also have brought in is valid, but it doesn't know format. You're gonna first make use of this pass date function, utility function that we have created. So for us to make use of it, first let's have access to now, and now is going to be equal to new date like this. And then we want to have access to date, which is going to be equal to this function here now. We're going to call the pass date function, and we want to give it the start match. So here we're going to have the start match here, the second element in the start match. Otherwise we're going to pass empty string, or otherwise we are going to pass now, just like this. And we need the same for the end date, and this end date is gonna be this, okay, default 1 hour later. So here we have the pass date, which is going to take in from the end match. So this end match that we have over here, otherwise it's going to have this new date from the start date.getTime, defaulted to 1 hour later. And now it is time for us to go on and return. So we're going to return the object that satisfies this calendar event schedule. So here we want to return the title, which is going to be, so title is going to be if title match is available. We're going to return the title match. Otherwise, here is going to be new meeting. And for this title match, we're just going to call .trim to remove any excess white space here at the front, or also trailing white space. Okay, so we need the same for the location, just like this, and we need the same for the description. I'm just going to give it a default description created by assistant, and then we need the start date, which is going to take the format start date and format it to this format. And what this format is going to give us is something like the year, the month, and the day. And same for the end date. So this is the format for the end date, and the start time. So the start time, same format here, which is going to give us our minutes, okay? And the same for the end time and the last attendees. And we're very much okay with our pass calendar event function. So we are going to pass the calendar event, and after passing the calendar event, the next thing we want to do is to just bring it in. So I'm just going to bring this in, and now we have the event. And remember, what we are returning here is of this type, calendar event schedule, which is the same type here. And that means we can now set our calendar event to the type that we pass here. Okay, so now the last thing I want to do is to have another state that is going to show the calendar events. So here, we can have it somewhere here. So const, we can say show calendar event and then set show calendar event, and by default it's going to be false. So here, after setting the calendar event to the event, we then want to go and set show calendar event to true. Now this calendar event that we are setting to true, we need it, okay, and we need it somewhere here. So here, just outside this div that we have here, we want to show more like the calendar event. So here we're going to say, hey, if show calendar event is true, we want to show this. Well, we actually don't want to show this. So what's going to happen, I'm going to get rid of everything here, and we are just going to have a component, which is the calendar event card. So let's have the calendar event card component, calendar event card component, which is going to be self-closing. Now this is going to be taken in 3 props. Now the initial data here is going to be the calendar event that we are storing in our local state, and the next is going to be the on cancel, and this on cancel is going to be this function that will help us to set show calendar event and give it a value of false. Okay, and lastly, the prop we need is an on-save. So we're going to come back to this. As you can see here, it is going to take in no event, at least for now. I'm just going to have this function which is going to help us to schedule the actual calendar event. So step by step, we need a component for this calendar event card. Okay, so let's do it. So I'm going to come right here in the source component, and we're going to have the calendar -event -card.tsx. I'm going to export function, nope, not this, calendar event card function, just like this. And we can already import this function. So I'm just going to come here and import the function and save this file. So now what is going to be happening here, we already know it's going to be taking in 3 props, so which is going to be of this type. And here, let me quickly define the type for, we can call it calendar event card props. It's going to be equal to this object where we need all of these. So we know that we need the on save, we know we need the on cancel, and we also know we need the initial data. Now on save is going to take in the calendar event, and the calendar event data is this type. So it's the same type as this, so this calendar event schedule. So what's going to happen is I will update it here, and the initial data is going to be a partial type of this calendar event schedule. So let me quickly bring it in, and then I can pass it here and say that this is going to be receiving all of these, which is going to be of this type. All right, so here what do we need? We need the title, we need the onsave, sorry, we also need the on cancel, and lastly we need the initial data, just like this. And let me double check. Oops, this should be data, not dates. Okay, so why do we have this error? Because we have a typo. Okay, so why do we still have error here? Because we're not returning anything. No worries. Okay, so we are cool here, and here we can already have the props. And again, for the props, I'm just going to bring in all of these. and bringing use states from React, and this event data, set event data, is going to have this as a type here. Okay, so here, so right inside this component, we're going to have the const handle input change, which is going to take in the field, and this field is going to be key of calendar event schedule. Not just that, it's going to take the value. So here we're going to have the value, which is of type string. And here what we want to do, we want to go on and set event data. We're going to have access to the previous data, and we want to spread previous and then return the field and the value here. So just like this key of should be, so just like this. So what is happening here on input change, when we have the component, this is not going to give us this, is going to give us field. So this field, which is going to be of this type, and then it's going to give us the value. Okay, so this field here is going to say maybe we are updating the start date. This is going to be the value, and then we are going to spread the previous. So that's all that's going on here. And we have more or less the same thing for the handle employee change, attendee change. So this is the handle attendee change. It's going to take in the index and the value, because this is going to be more like multi-select. And then we're going to have the new attendees based on the index. The value is going to be the new attendees at the specific index that we are updating. And then we go on to update the attendees to the new attendees that we are having here. And we're going to have other helpful function like to add an attendee, just like this. And we also have another function to remove an attendee here. And the last helpful function we need is the handle save. So let's have it here. Just like this, handle save is going to be this function, and we're going to say if on save. Remember, we have on save here. We want to call on save and pass the event data, and on save is this function here. So you see that this function on save is going to be called with the event data just right over here. Now I don't want to bother with typing all of these, because I know we can already get the code from the GitHub. So I'm just going to paste them in here and walk us through the code. So here we have this card component, which we need to bring in from Shadcn UI. So quickly, I'm just going to bring in this card component and update the import so that it comes from @/ give me a second. So @/ UI card. And we also need to bring in the card header, which is going to come right up from same for the card title and for the card content. Now the label, do we have the label? No, we don't have the label component from Shadcn UI yet. So for that, I'm going to come here and let's look for the label components. I'm going to click here and copy this command, open the terminal, and paste this in here so that we can have the installation. So this label we have, you see, is for the title, and here it just matches all of these. So this is for the title, and the ID is the title, the value is the title, and then it has the unchange. It calls handle input change, and then it passes the title to read as well as the value. Okay. So that's what's going on here. Let's try to bring in label. I think the installation should be complete. So label should come from our @/components /UI. It's done. So let's try to bring it in. And we also need to import the input. So I'll bring it in manually. So maybe it's not coming in. I'll bring in the label, which will come from components UI label. Same for the input. What else are we missing? We are missing the button. So let's bring in the button from components UI button. Just quickly update this to come from @/components /UI /button. So add /components /UI, and then we have the button component. All right, so what else do we need? The text area. Just gonna quickly bring this text area in. So here, import text area, which will come from add /components /UI /text area. Okay, so we also have a couple of icons to bring in. Let me quickly double check the plus icon, the X icon. So let's bring it in, the plus icon, save icon, X icon. And we also need to bring in the card footer component. Cannot find module. Yes, because this is part of the card. So we need to bring it in from here like this. And why do we have this error? The text area. So let me let the IDE bring it in. UI text area. So I don't know why. At /components /UI /text area should just be fine. Okay, so it looks like we're pretty much good here. And the same happens for the attendees. You see this attendees is gonna take in this input here, and then we have this button. On click, we can remove an attendee here, and it's just all we have going. So I'm gonna save this, and this should no longer give us an error. But over here in the page component, we are still lacking this on save. Now on save, we are going to call a function. So you can call it on save calendar events function, which we're going to be defining just right about now. So quickly, before we go, let's define it here. So we're going to have const. It's definitely going to be an async function. It's going to take in this calendar event. And for now, we can just log it to the console. So console.log saving calendar event and have the calendar event. Now, I'll be giving us a prompt for us to test with while development, because we need to have all of these coming in from the input, because you see here, we have this event that we need at the end, and this is going to come from the message. So the message needs to find a way to provide all of these so that when we try to pass it, they're going to be available. So I'm going to show us the format that we need to prompt the application to receive all of these. So for now, we can just try out with this prompt. So I'm just going to come here and paste this right in here. So schedule a calendar meeting, title this, starting at this, and then at this, located at this with the description. So I'm just going to paste this in here so that you can see the prompt. Just going to paste this in here so that when you have access to the code base, you also have access to this prompt so that you can test with and practice with. Okay, so what happens? You see here, when we save this now, when we click, this is going to call this process calendar event, which is going to set show calendar event to true. And we know further down here that if it is true, we want to see this new component that we just set up. So now I'm just going to send this, and you see our new component, and it has all of these. It has a calendar event with the title, the location, the description, the start date. The start time isn't populated, but here we can choose a time of our choice as well as the end time right over here, and no attendees. So here you can click and you can add yourself at mail.com. Okay, and once you're gonna hit save, you don't see anything happen, but if you open up your console, you should see us having the log right here. So somewhere around here we should have the log displayed. Aren't we displaying it? So let me verify. Yeah, we are displaying it. So on save calendar event, we call it here, so we should display. So this is it, saving calendar event, and this is all the data that we wrote out here. So our styling is a bit off. I will double check while the styling is off, and when we come back, we are going to be focusing now on doing the actual schedule. The first thing, rather than give it a margin bottom of 20, let's actually give it a margin bottom of, let's say, 28, so that we can have extra space in here, and it's very much okay. Or maybe we just say 32 here. All right, so this works, and now we can see our full calendar event. The next thing, you can see you can add more attendees here. You can then remove as you wish. Okay, so the next thing I want us to do is to go on and do the actual scheduling here. So on schedule, this is our prompt. Let me just have it here for you, not really to do prompts. Okay, prompt example or something like that. So rather than just log it to the console, the first thing I want us to do is to remove the model. Okay, so we're going to set show calendar event false. And then I want us to generate a response, which is going to be a message we're going to be creating. So const response is going to be equal to, we're going to call it generate event scheduled response, which is going to just be a function that we're going to call. Okay, so for now, this function is just going to be pretty much straightforward. It's going to be coming from our utils. So let's have it here. Our features, calendar event utils. We can have the function here. Just going to be pretty much straightforward, which is going to return this string. Now, the reason why it's in a function is because you might want to improve the UI. Maybe you want to add a personality type. Maybe you want to add some other extra customization. Having this outsourced, it just gives you that flexibility. Okay, for now, there are not much benefits, but you see the benefits when you add extra customization. So for that, I'm just going to quickly bring this in. And now we have our response. And now it's the time for us to set our local messages. And we need two things. The first is the ID. So const the mystic ID is going to be equal to create ID. Now create ID is going to come from a function that we don't have, which is the pararex drive /c2. So let's install it right into our project. So npm install at parallel drive /cuid2. So do go on and run the installation. And once you have it, you can now bring in the create ID from the package that we just installed. So let the IDE, oops. Okay. So we don't have help bringing it in. I'm just going to bring it in manually here. Oops, what did I do? Yeah, so here I'm just going to bring it manually. So just bring in the create ID. So now this is going to give us access to, or help us to create this mystic ID. We want to do the same for the const attendees. It's going to be equal to array from, and then we're going to call new set like this, and then we want to spread the event data.attendees. Now the reason we are doing this is because we want to automatically attach the user that is logged in. Okay, so the user.email. Now you might be wondering where we get the user from. This user is going to be coming in from the props. So right up here, we can say, hey, we need access to the user. And here we can bring in the user, which is going to be of type user. And we know we have user coming in from @generated Prisma. So let's pass the user prop here from the page. So we want to pass in the user, which is going to be equal to user like this. And this user is coming in from our Prisma. Cool. So I will save this and now we don't have any error here, because down here we know that we have the not here, so everything is fine and okay over there. So now we have this, we can now set our local messages, which is our optimistic UI. We have the previous message, and now we want to spread all the previous. Now I don't know why it's giving us 2. I'm just going to get rid of 1. So now set local messages. I thought we do, yeah. So we remove the set local message from here. So let's add it back. Where do we have the local messages? So here, one will call set local messages, and this is going to take in the previous, and here we want to spread out the previous and have this object. So we also need the role of assistant. We also have the ID. We have the user ID. The content is going to be equal to this response that we have over here. Hence, you can just copy this and get rid of the response variable and just pass it right in here. So this is actually all we need. We don't need to pass the attendees to our set local messages. So it just needs this for optimistic UI. Now we are going to have our try catch block. So here you can have our try catch block, try catch statement, and in case of error, so what we're going to do when an error occurs, the first thing we'll do is to log the error to the console. And after logging the error to the console, we want to update our local messages. Okay, so here we are going to call our set local messages, which is then going to give us access to the previous message. And then because here, you see here, we are setting the local message, and we are setting this local message with this optimistic ID that we are creating. So if it fails, we want to remove it and want to replace it, right? So what we're going to do now, we just go through all the messages we have. So here we're in a map, and we check if the ID is equal to this and the role is equal to assistant, because here you see we're setting to assistant. If that is true, then we go on to update the message. Otherwise, we just return the message that we have. Okay. So, but all the fun is going to happen now in the try block. So now in the try block, we are going to await promise.all. Okay, because we're going to be doing multiple things. We're going to be doing the scheduling, and we are going to be creating the message for the current user. So let's have the create message for current user like this. So it's going to take in the role of, just also give the role of assistant, and we are going to give it the message, and the message is going to be equal to response like this. And now we can close it all here. Okay, so let's have this function. So create message for current user. So this is going to be coming in from the features. So where do we have the features? And we need one feature for messages. And right here for messages, we are going to create a helper. So messages -helpers.server.ts, which is going to help us with this. So here we're going to have our use server, and we want to export our constant create message for current user, which is going to be equal to this. Going to take in the role and the message, and the role is going to be of type user or assistant, and the message is going to be of type string. And in here, we want to have access to the user. We already have use server right at the top, so we don't need to declare use server here. So here we're going to have const user, and remember we already have our get current user utility function. So let's do well to import this, which is coming from our auth model, auth session model.server, and this gives us access to the get. What's going on here? Expected one argument, and what argument? Get current user is expecting the session. Okay. So what's going to happen? We can get the user from the auth, or the session from the auth. So session is going to be equal to await auth. So just bring it in, and you can just check this. Otherwise, we can then get the current user, which needs a session. Okay. So let's continue, and so yeah, needs a session. Okay, so now we get the session and we pass it here. All right, so we have the user. Now we need to create the message. We're going to await create message, which is going to take in the content, which is the message, the role, as well as the user ID. Now this could be null, and that's why it's not happy. It could be null here. You see, user is possibly null. So we can just come here and say a string and just have this here, and it's cool. So we need this create message, which is going to be coming in from our action. So create message, we can save this and come right into our actions, our messages. So now we have the create message. We need one. So export const create message is going to take in the role, it's going to take in the user ID, it's going to take in the content. And you know, the role is of type user or assistant, the user ID is a string, and the content as well is a string. And we just want to go and have the prisma.message.create and pass in the data. And this data is going to be the content, the role, the user ID, and we can close everything all up here. All right, so let's bring in this create message that we are using right in here. So, okay. So now we have all of this. We can come back to our dashboard page component. I want to bring in this function that is going to create a message for current user. And now we need to do the next big thing. And this is actually the main thing of our application. We need a function that is going to go and schedule the Google Calendar event, because that's what we want to do. So here we are going to have it schedule the Google Calendar event. And it's going to take in the event data and also the attendees, just like this. Okay, so where do we have this function? This function is definitely going to be in our actions. So let's have it right in our actions. And our actions, calendar.ts here, we need for create, for scheduling. So here, what did we call the function? Schedule Google Calendar event. So here, let's export const schedule Google Calendar event is going to be equal to this async function, and it's just going to take in the event details. And this event details is going to be of type calendar event schedule. So where is it? This coming from our features, and I will close this up right here. All right, so now let's have the function. So we want to pass in the session. So const session is going to be equal to await auth, and then we can bring in our session real quick from auth. And after which we want to get our access token. So const access token is going to be equal to session.access token, and we can cast it as string. And we just want to check if we don't have an access token. So if there's no access token, let's throw this error that's going to say maybe unauthorized, or we can just say no access token found in session, or something like that. All right, so now we need access to the OAuth 2 client. Okay, and we're going to get that by installing the Google Auth library. So here, npm install Google -auth library, like this. Do go on and run the installation. And once you have the Google Auth library installed, you can just come right to the top and here we need to bring in OAuth to clients. So we're going to import the OAuth to clients, which is going to come in from the Google Auth library. All right, so now we have access to the OAuth to client. Let's come here and create auth. So const auth is going to be equal to new OAuth to client, like this. And after this, we want to set the credentials. Okay, so we're going to set the credentials. And why do we have this error? Oh, we are waiting auth, so duplicate. So I'm just going to call this OAuth client, or OAuth, something like this. All right, so let's continue. And now we can set the credentials. OAuth.set credentials, give it the access token. And now we want to have access to the Google Calendar. And for that, we need to bring in Google, which will come from the Google APIs. So here, let's import Google, which is going to come in from Google APIs just here. All right, so now we have access to the Google from Google APIs. We can have our calendar, so google.calendar, and it needs a version. So here we pass the version 3, and it also needs the auth, and that's why we had to create this auth here. Okay, and we pass the auth here. So now we have all of these. We can now create a request body, because we want to pass what we have to what is required to actually schedule a calendar event. So for that, let's have our const request body is going to be equal to these two Google events. No, something like this, request body. And then we're going to pass in the event details. So this function is a utility function from the calendar event. So let's quickly come to our features, calendar event, utils, and let's have the function. So we're going to export const to Google events. Is going to take in the event that we have been working with all through the application, which is the calendar schedule Google Calendar event. And here we're going to have the function. So here's is actually calendar event schedule. So we want to combine the and pass the time as UTC. Okay, so combine and pass the start date and time. So here let's have the const start date is going to be equal to new date, and it's going to take the event.start date with this T here and event.start time. And here we're going to just have this and have the double O and then have the Z here. And that's all we need. We don't need this to ISO string here like this. Now we can do the same for the end date time. So just like this, pretty much the same and fine. And now is the time for us to return. So here we're going to return all of these. So let's start. You see we are returning the summary. The summary is the event title. Also the location is the event location. It takes in the description. Here it takes in the stats, which is this. And here it also takes in the end. And here it takes in the attendees. So the attendees, the event attendees.map, you just need the email. Okay. And here you can also add a reminder. So reminders objects, you can say use default false. And you want to go and override, let's say the email, which will do this 1 day before. And the method is going to be pop-up and 10 minutes before. Okay. And everything here is very much okay. All right, so now we have quickly set this up. Let's come back to not messages. Let's come back to our calendar and we can import this. So we have the request body. Now we can have our try catch. So let's have our try catch statement, and for error We can say error and throw the error. But for the event, let's have a response. Const response is going to be, this is actually too much, so I'm not going to bring it in. So const response is going to be equal to await calendar, the calendar that we have. And then we can call .events and we can call .insert. And insert needs this object. And this object is going to take in the calendar ID, which is primary. Then it's going to take in the request body. We're also going to pass the send updates to all, and then send notifications to true. Now we're going to have our response, and we just want to return response.data. But before return, we can just console.log event created, and we can have the response.data. That's what, maybe HTML link or anything. But you see here we have a whole lot. You can just have the HTML link here. Okay, so we are doing this schedule Google Calendar event here, which is pretty much cool. We haven't tested all of these out yet. And here we can now bring this in from our actions calendar. Now the last thing, why do we still have this error here? Calendar events, we're not using it, no worries. The last thing we want to do after scheduling is to create our calendar event. So here we're going to create our calendar event, and this is going to spread the event data, also the user ID, the attendees. It's also going to take in the ID, which is going to be not optimistic ID, create ID. And then it's also going to take in the start date. It's going to take in the start date. And the start date is going to be event.start date is going to be new date, event the start date. And we have the end date, which is the same. Created that, updated that, and that's very much it. So this is all we need now to create a calendar event, and it's going to be a pretty much straightforward function, which is going to be right inside of our actions. So here we are going to have this create calendar event, which is going to take in the calendar event schedule, and here we call prisma.calendar event.create, and it takes in this data, and data is going to be the event details. So I think here everything here should be okay. We can just pass it here, event details, just like this. So why do we have this error? User is missing. Okay, so if it says user is missing, that's because here we forgot to pass in the user ID. We did. We actually passed in. Let's bring it in. So I'm going to bring it in. We're passing in the event data. It also complains about the start date and the end date. So let's double check the type we're using here now. So this should be of type calendar event that come from our generated Prisma. So here it's happy, and here we don't have any error. Cool. So now we have written out a bunch of code, but we are creating the message for the current user. We schedule the Google Calendar event, and we're going to create the calendar event. Super cool. Okay, so before we go on to test this, I want us to make use of this so that when we create a calendar event, we're actually missing something. We are missing something just right here. When we come here and we create a message for current user, we just want to also update the UI. Okay, so what's going to happen here? We can use revalidate path, which is going to come in from next cache, and want to revalidate the /dashboard. Okay, and then save this. All right, so let's come here and let's make use of this calendar events. Now, making use of this calendar events is going to need us to to work on this tab over here, because this is where we want to display the calendar event. So for that, we're going to have a component which we are going to call calendar event list. So right here, just come down where we have the calendar, not here, here. So here we have the calendar. Under the tabs content, you can replace it with this calendar event list component. And it's actually a big component, but please just take it up from the GitHub. I don't want to waste our time creating the UI. I want us to create, to focus more on the logic. Okay. So here in the components, I'll be creating a new file, which is going to be the calendar-events-list.tsx. And we can paste it. So let me quickly walk through. Obviously, it's a client component. We bring in the icons from the CD React format from date.fns, and we bring in the calendar event from our generated Prisma. Here we define the props. So this calendar event is this calendar events here that we are fetching from the page tsx here. So we are passing it down here, and we can already bring this in here like this and save this. So quickly, we are saying, hey, if there is no calendar event, just show this as a placeholder. So this is just what we get as a placeholder. And if we save this and come back to the browser, that's why we see this as a placeholder. Okay. So here we now sort the events, and then we go on to display your calendar events, and we want to display this event card component, which just goes on to do some formatting. Okay. And then goes on to display the event here. So the details, the attendees, and all of these. So we're going to try it out now. We're going to try it out by creating a new calendar. For that, I will come here to take the prompts. So here we have the prompts. So here I'm just going to uncomment it out, copy it, and comment it back. So here, just quickly refresh your application, and here you can take a look at for this calendar event, because we're also going to create a calendar event. We're also going to be creating a new message. Okay, so let's do it. I'm going to paste this right in here. So schedule a meeting titled Tech Sync, starting at this, ending at this, located at Zoom, located at code with lari, and this is the description. Discuss print goals and blockers. So now if we send this, we see this. This is the title. This is the location, the description. For the start time, I'm just going to go with any time. Maybe this time is okay. And for the end time, maybe 10 o'clock. And the dates, you can click on this calendar. It's coming up in future here. And the attendees, we need to provide. So I'm just going to provide my email address. So bright@laribe2, so that we can see the email at gmail.com. And you can add more. So I will add my other test email. And this is very much okay. All right. So what happens when we hit save? First, we're going to say our Optimistic UI. The message is going to get created. Then the calendar is going to get scheduled. So I'm just going to open up my email in a new tab. All right. So I have my email. You see it's still loading, opened up right here. And now let me hit on save. So you see, we get this calendar event has been saved to your schedule. And we don't get a new email yet. And if we click on calendar event, let's see if the event got created. It doesn't look like. Let's come here, open this up. You see, the event actually got created, and I've gotten the email. So I've gotten the email on my mobile. I'm just going to refresh here and show you the email. Yeah, so this is the email. It came into my laribright8@gmail.com, and you can add it to your calendar. You can say yes. You see here, you get the guest here, the location, code with lari, you see the time, everything right here. And you can see this is coming from the other email. So bright lari 2, you can see everything here. So this is pretty much okay, but we don't see our calendar event here. So why is that? Let's try to refresh initially and see, because we are also creating a new calendar event. I want to see the calendar event being displayed here, and here we see our calendar event. So tech sync with team, we see the location, we see all of these, discuss sprints and blockers, and we see them here. So cool, everything is working. If we come here, we should see our new calendar event. Yes, we do. We see our new message. Now we should have 2 messages, because the initial message we had was this, and we created this new message. Cool, this is the new message. So everything is fine and good. We're going to come back and we're going to try to get the update instantly whenever we create a new message, so that we don't have to refresh the browser. And the next thing we're going to be focusing on is sending the Gmail before we round it up with reminders. We have verified that we can now schedule calendar events, but we just want to refresh the browser whenever we do this, so that it updates in real time. And how we can do this is to quickly bring in the use router hook. So here, let's bring it in. We can come here and initialize const router, which is going to be equal to use router, like this. And this use router hook needs to be imported right into our project. So let's bring it in from next navigation, not from next router. And we're just going to call router.refresh just over here. After this promise.all, we're just going to come here and call router.refresh like this. Now this in this video, we're going to focus on the email schema, because now we want to be able to send emails right from our application. And for that, I'm just going to close everything to the right, and let's come over to our schema.prisma file. So we need a new model, okay, and we can already come over here to the user to add the new model we are about to create. So a user is going to have emails, and this is not going to be a string. This is going to be email array like this. Obviously we are lacking the schema, so let's define it. Down here we are going to have a new model, and this model is going to be for email. Now what is an email going to be like in application? It's obviously going to have an ID, which is going to be of type string, and this is going to be the default. Okay, and after this, the next is the body. So the body of the email, which is going to be a string. We're going to have the subject, which is a string. We're going to have the to, which is also a string. We're going to have the not from, okay. We're going to have we already have the subject. We're going to have the created at. We can have the CC, you can have other email fields. It depends on how you want to structure your application, the input fields, and also the prompt, so that you can take all of these from the prompts. But we're going to have the created at, which is going to be of this type date time. Oops. And then we're also going to have the updated at. And let's close it up by having the relation to the user here. We're just going to have this user ID and this, as we have seen previously. So this is what the email is going to look like: the ID, the body, the subject, the to, created at, updated at, and we also have the relation to the user here. All right, so you know the drill. I'm just going to quit this, and we can run npx prisma generate to regenerate the Prisma client. And if you quickly come over to the package.json, here is the db push command. So npx prisma, no, npm run db push like this, which is now going to sync what we have on our local to what we have right up from our remote repository. So again, how do we start this? We need to fetch the emails and pass it right here. So let's do that. I'm just going to quickly npm run dev to restart our application. And right here on the page.tsx, we already have the premise.all that fetches the messages, fetches the calendar events. Now let's have one for the email. So get emails, which is going to take the user ID, and here we can now have access to the emails. Emails like this. All right, so let's define this get emails function, and for that we need to come right into the actions. And the actions, we don't have an action for emails, so we're going to create one, emails.ts, and let's not forget to mark this with the use server directive here. So we need to export a constant, which we will call get emails, which is going to take in the user ID. I want it to return Prisma, which is going to be coming Prisma from @Prisma. So Prisma.email.findMany, and what is the clause where the user ID is going to be equal to this user ID here, and we just want to order this by created at in ascending order, not in descending order. So let's quickly come down here and fix it. So here we're just going to have a SC like this. All right, so after this we can now save, and here we are going to be getting the emails after we import this function that's going to come from our actions, and now we have the emails. So we're going to pass it as prop to this dashboard page component, which is going to scream at us because we haven't defined that this should receive this prop. And now in the dashboard page component further up here, we can have the prop and say, hey, you're going to be receiving emails, which is not going to be an array of any, it's going to be an array of email, which comes from our generated Prisma. And I'm just going to cut this and move this right to the top here. Okay, so here we say it's going to be receiving this. So let's destructure this from the props, and now we have access to the emails. So let's quickly verify before we continue. If you come here and you quickly verify, you should have the email, loaded up here. So I'm just going to give this a refresh, and we should see our email schema here. And here we have our email schema. So we're going to come back, and then we're going to focus on displaying the emails before we go into how we can create emails. Currently, we are fetching the emails. So if I just come and log these emails to the console, you would see that the emails that we have here is currently an empty array. So we just log this to the console, and we just open up the terminal here. You would see that emails, just give this a refresh. Emails is going to load up as an empty array. Now this video, we don't want to show this when we don't have an email. At least we want to show a default component, a component that we don't have yet. So while this is loading up, we can come over here, and rather than have, where is it, Gmail over here, no, not here, rather than just have Gmail, we are going to have an email list component. So here we're going to have the email list component, which is going to take in the emails. So let's double check on our console here. It's not loading, so I'm just going to load this up in a fresh tab and close this other tab here, and do it to open up the terminal. So here we have this, and now you see messages. Actually, was it messages that we were loading up here? Where are you? We wanted to actually load up the emails. So I will copy emails here and update this, and to make sure we don't have any errors, I will just comment this out temporarily. And if you come here, you see that emails is currently an empty array. So for that, let's come back to our application and bring this in. So let's create this email list component that we have defined here, and for that we are going to come right into our components, and here we are going to create an email-list.tsx. So here, array FCE, let's bring this in and call this email list and get rid of the React.js import, and I will just quickly export this as a constant. So to make sure we don't have any errors, at least for now, because we're still going to have error for the prop, let's bring in this from the components. So now we have the prop error right from the email list, and we can define it. Yeah, we can define a type for it. So we're going to call it type email list props. It's going to be equal to this object. We're going to receive emails, and emails is going to be of type email. Email is going to come in from our generated Prisma, and we're also going to have one other type, which is going to be on email select, and it's going to be optional. So here, let's have the on email select, which is going to take in the email and return void. So we have this here. We're going to say you're going to be of type email list prop, and we can destructure the emails and also the on email select. Okay, so the first thing we're going to have is state to keep track of the selected email. So const, we're going to have the selected email and set selected email, which is going to be string or null, and by default it's going to be null. And we need to import useState from React here. Okay, so we have some variables we are not making use of. We're going to come back to it in a second, and one will return a default component when we don't have any email, which is the case. So here I'm just going to paste in this boilerplate code which checks, hey, if we don't have any emails, or the emails.length is equals to 0, do go and show this h2 for the email, and just render this component here that's saying that tells the user to try to create a draft email. Here I'm going to import this mail from Lucid. Okay, but we are not done yet, because now this can, you see here, on email select is missing actually, so we need to make this optional, and we can just do that with a question mark here, and the error is gone. Okay, so now if we save this, you're going to see that we're going to be seeing the default component here, which is cool. This is what I want to display when we don't have any emails. So we're going to come here and let's display the emails. So here we want to map through the emails. This div, I'll just give it this class name, and the class name here is going to be space y4 like this. And let's map through the emails. So here, you know, emails is an array. We want to map through each email that we're going to get, and we want to return this. So what is this one to return? We want to return a card component. So let's bring in card, and card is going to come in from our components UI card like this. So let's bring it in from @/components UI card. Okay, so we have the card, we have the key error. Oops, so we're going to provide the key, and the key here is going to be equal to the email dot, let's make use of the ID as the key, and we also need to provide some class name here. So this is going to be the class name, and we're going to make use of the CN library, which is going to come from our utils, and by default we want to apply some class names like cursor pointer. We also want to assign transition all, and the last thing I want to apply is on hover. I want to give it a shadow MD like this. Okay, so this is going to be the default class name, and if we have selected an email, so here we're going to say if selected email is equal to email ID. If that is true, then we're just going to give it this border primary and give it a ring of 1, and finally give it ring primary here, and we have an error. And why are we having the error? What have we missed here? Do we need to get rid of this? I don't think so. Let's see. So that was the issue. Okay, so right here we also need to have an on click of this card to to make this to be the selected email. So on click, we are going to call a function. So here we're going to call, on click, we're going to call this function handle email select and passing the email. So this handle email select, we don't have it yet. Let's copy this and we can define the function here. So const handle email select is going to send set selected email to the email ID you get, and then it's going to say, hey, if you have this on email select, you want to set the on on email select and passing the email, which is this on email select that we are passing in here. Okay, so in case you need it, then this is how it's going to work. All right, and now we're going to continue building out the component. The first we're going to have here is the card content. So right inside of this card, let's bring in the card content, which is going to come from our component UI card. So let me quickly give it some class names, and the class name here is going to be P4, and we're also going to give it on medium devices, give it a P of 6, like this. So this card content, I'm going to paste in a whole lot of code just to save us from typing, because all of this is just code you can copy and paste from the GitHub. Please just go over there so that we don't have to type all of these. And let's bring in badge, come from Lucid React. Why do we have this? Variant does not exist. Oh, okay. So let's see what exists for the badge. I'm just going to get rid of this if the variant doesn't exist on the badge. Let me see where the badge is coming from. Oops, it shouldn't coming from Lucid React. The badge should coming from Shadcn UI. So here, just going to clear and run this command npx shadcn at latest add badge. Okay, so this is the full command here, npx at shadcn at latest add badge. To go on and execute this command so that we can make use of the badge component, but the calendar is going to be coming in from Lucid React. So let's go on and bring in the calendar, and formats should come in from date fns. So here, all right, so we've actually brought in some stuff, so let's quickly verify that they are well imported. It's still trying to come in here. So what's going to happen is I will just come here and make sure I move this right to the top here, and that's about it. Okay, so maybe some connection issues, it didn't go in. So for some reason the badge component isn't installing for me, so I'm just going to manually install the paste in the badge component here. So badge.tsx, but in your case I don't think you should have any issues. It's just some network connection issues for me. I just paste in this, but if you run the command, so npx shadcn at latest add badge, you should have the badge component right in for you. So I'm going to save this and come back to the email list so that I can then import the badge components, which is going to come from components UI badge here. Quickly just going to update this to come from at components UI badge. So now if you save this, you're not going to see anything because this is going to display when we have created emails in our application. So now we have this we're not done because we still need to display 2 more components. So right here, just after this div here, but still inside the card content, we're going to paste this in. So this is a separator which also should come in from components UI shadcn components UI separator. So this component right here, like this, and this should be fine. And then we just have this that applies some substring to the email body. All right, so this is what we have for the email list component, and this gives us the platform for us to focus our business logic on. So I'm just going to close this. So we can now focus our business logic on what happens when the user types right inside this text area. What prompts should we be looking out for? Because currently the way we know a user is scheduling an event is via this. So we know that if this includes add meeting or it includes schedule, then we should go on and process the calendar event. So what should we be looking out in this email? We're going to be focusing on this coming right up. We know that the process email is going to get called whenever the handle submit function, which is tied to this form, gets called. So it's going to do all of these, and then it's going to call process message. And we know this process message is looking out for some keywords in the message to know what appropriate action to carry out. In this case, for events, it looks for add meeting or for schedule. And we have this process calendar event, and on save, this is our prompt that we use. So you see this prompt has this schedule, and because it has this schedule, our application is able to pick out the fact that we want to go on and schedule an email event from here, a calendar event. So how about for email? We can have another check here, and we want to check what's this time around. So we want to check if message has this, message.lowercase, if it includes this add meeting. That's one way we can know that, hey, not really add meeting, sorry, if it has something like, let's say, draft an email. So draft an email, or if it contains a word such as send an email. So for that, I'm just going to copy this so that we can have our or and this. So if it contains not draft an email, maybe send an email. Okay, in that case, we are going to have a process email draft function that is going to take in the image, and this is where all the magic is going to happen. Okay, so let's have this process email draft. I will collapse this and have it right here. So const process email draft is going to take in the message, and we can as well say this is going to be returning nothing. So return void, and right in here we can have our const email draft, and this email draft is going to be equal to pass email draft, which is going to take in the message. Okay, just as we did for the calendar event. So now this pass email draft is going to be coming in from our features. So here where we have the features, we need one for our email, and this is going to have the utils file. So utils.ts file, and right inside this utils.ts we can paste in this. So it has a to match, it has a subject match, and it also has a body match here. And it's going to return this object that looks like this, an object with to, subject, and body. So this is going to match this email draft types that we don't have .ts. So let's export type. Email draft is going to be equal to this object that's going to have to, is going to have the subject, and it's going to have the body. And we can close it here. All right, so now we have the type defined. Let's import it and make use of it coming from this file. So give it a second, and we should have the email draft, or do we call it email draft? So if it takes time, it's just for us to go one level up. So from here, we need to import email draft that will come in from the types, and then we can save this. Okay, so we are calling this process email draft from this dashboard page component, and it takes in the message and it's going to return an object. Okay, so that's what it does. And if you hover on this email draft, you see it's going to be of type email draft. So that's what we are going to be getting in return. And for that, we're going to be setting some values in state, the email draft value. So let's have it defined, let's say somewhere here. So const email draft, and then set email draft is going to be equal to the use state. It's going to have to, it's going to have subject, it's going to have body, and we can close it up here. So what we want to do once we have the email draft, we want to go on and set the email draft to the email draft. And we want to toggle the email draft to display. So the component that is going to display just as we have for calendar. And for that, we're going to set show email draft to true. Now we don't have this show email draft in our states. So we can have it here. Const show email draft and set show email draft. Now we have this show email draft, and it's going to be displayed where that we have this chat message here. We just want to display it below the chat message just like this. As we show calendar event, we want to come here and we want to check, hey, if this is true, then let's display this component that we're going to create, which is the email draft component. So email draft component, and we can close it up here. So let's come over to our components folder and create this email draft component. Right here in the components folder, we're going to be creating a new, oops, not here. In the components, we're going to be creating a new file for email-draft.tsx. On React, this comes in from our local components UI folder file. And you see this email draft that we defined is also coming in here from the types. And the prop that this is going to receive is this draft prop, which is to subject and body. And then we have the set draft, the onClose, and the onSend, just like this. And then we map the props here and we destructure all of these. And then we now have the function that gets called onSendEmail. So on send email, what happens? The couple of things happens. First, we have this email draft object here that we take from the draft, and we call on send and pass in the email draft, and we also call on close. Okay, so no worries, all of this is going to make sense. And when we click on the cancel button, we're going to also call on close in this card component. And then this shows a couple of inputs. So first we have the label, and we display the input, the subject, the input, and the same for the message, which is the email body, and then the content to close or to go on and send the email. So let's save this email draft and come back to our page component, and right here we need to import this email draft, and now we need to pass a couple of props to this email draft. So the first is the draft, and the draft prop here is going to be the email draft. Again, just a refresher, this email draft is being set. You see, set email draft, email draft. So that's what we are passing right here. And we also need to pass the set draft, which is going to be the set email draft. And what else? We also need to pass the onClose, which is going to be equal to this function. Oops. So this function here, that is going to set, so here, set show email draft to false. And here on send, we are going to call a function that we don't have yet. But for now, I'm just going to, okay, let's have it. So on send email, like this. All right, so let's focus on this on send email. So here, let's have the function for on send email. So const on send email is going to take in the email draft, and we close it up like this. I'm going to come to the prompt in a second, but for now, let's close this. Now we just need to import email draft, but I'm going to import it as email draft type, just the same that we are doing here. So just like this, we can already import it from the top right here. Okay, so now we have this type. And how about the prompt? This is what the prompt is going to look like. So prompt example, I'm just going to come further down here. So send an email to LarryBright8 with the subject meeting reminder. So because you see send an email here, if you come over to process message, where do we have the process message function? You're going to see that we're looking for send an email, and then it's going to call process email draft. And once process email draft is called, it's going to do all of these. But this on send email is going to call on submit. So you see, here we have the on send. It's going to be called when this send button gets clicked. All right, so I hope it makes sense. And this is our prompt. So we can already try this out. Yeah, we can already try this out by logging the email draft to the console. So console.log email draft. So right here, I'm going to open this up, the console, so that we can give this a shot. And to try it, we just paste in the prompt, And now we have the prompt here and we hit on send. You see, we display this. Now on send, it's just going to log to the console. You see here, we have the email draft, hi, bright, which is the body, we have the subject, and we have to. And that's because it's able to pick up all of these right here. So this is going to show us the email draft component, which is this card. This closes this card here. We see the two. You can definitely modify this, the subject, and you can add more details right to the message here. And once you cancel, it is gone. All right, so we are doing well. The next stage of our application, where is it? Is to make sure that we are not logging this email to the console. We want to go on and set our local message, and then we want to go on and send the actual email, which we're going to be doing next. When we want to create an email, we don't just want to log the email draft to the console. We want to create the real email. So for that, the first thing we're going to do is to go on and set our show email draft to false, and then we want to have the optimistic ID because we're going to be creating because we're going to be setting some local messages. So let's do this. I'm going to bring this in and then we can update this. So the first thing we're doing here is to spread the previous fields that we have in the local messages, and then we have this object with the role of assistant. We also have the ID, we have the user ID, we have the content. Now you see this content is up to you, but for now we just say email sent to and then email draft to with subject. So we just list out the subject. We have the created at and we also have the updated at. So this is all we need to set the local messages for our optimistic UI. And lastly, we want to have our try catch block. So here we're going to have our try catch as we've had previously. So it's currently loading up, and this is our try catch statement. Now in case there's an error, what we want to do, we just want to log the error to the console as we have up here, and we want to send this, set this as our previous email, that something went wrong while sending your email. Please do try again. So I'm just going to collapse this, and now we can focus on doing the three things. And we know the three things we do is to create the message for current user, we want to send email using Gmail, and then want to create the email in the database. Okay, for that I'll just close all these other tabs we have open, and let's start with the first thing. So here in the try block, we're going to await promise.all here, and the first thing we're going to do here is to create message for current user. So create message for current user, and this message we want to create for the current user is going to have the message and the role. So here we're going to give it the role and also provide the message. So what's the role? The role is assistant, and the message email sent to this with subject this. So this is very much okay, and we can create the message for current user. Just a reminder, if you come here, this create message for current user goes on to take the user from the session, and then goes on to take the get the user and then create the message for us. Okay, so this is all it does. And after creating the message for the current user, we want to have another function which we can call send message, send email. So send email using, let's say, using Gmail like this, and this is going to be taking the email draft. All right, so we obviously don't have this send email using Gmail actions folder. So this is our actions. We have an action for email, and rather than just get email, we want to have the send email using Gmail. All right, so let's do it. So we're going to have export const send email using Gmail is going to be equal to async function that is going to take in the email, and this email is going to be of type email draft like this, and we can close it right in here. So first, before we continue, let me just bring in this function from the dashboard page and save this. Now we can come back to this email.ts file. And in here, what do we need? We need a session. So const session, and session is going to equal to await auth. And we need to bring in auth. So let me bring it in. Okay, so do go and import auth. And once you have auth in, the next thing you want to do is to have the access token. So const access token is going to be equal to session.access token. And we can just check, hey, if we don't have the access token, let's throw this error. Maybe user is not authenticated, something like this. And now we want to have the auth. Okay, now we're going to call it OAuth as we've done previously. So const OAuth is going to be equal to new OAuth to client, like this. And we know that we need to bring in this OAuth to client. So I'm just going to copy this, come right to the top and bring in this OAuth to client, which will come in from Google Auth library. And we can move this right to the top here, just like this, and we're good. Let's also set the credentials. So we're going to say OAuth.set credentials, and we set the access token is going to be equal to access token. So the next thing we want to have is access to the Gmail. So let's come right here, and here we want to import. We want to import Google, and Google is going to be coming from Google APIs. So that means now we have access to Google. We can store this in a Gmail constant. And this is going to be equal to google.gmail because we want to have access to the access token. So we're going to have google.gmail and we're going to pass the version. Version is version 1, and the auth is going to be equal to this OAuth that we have right here. And now we have this Gmail. We want to have access to the raw, which is going to be equal to create raw email. Now this create raw email is our helper function that we need to define. Okay, so let me show you how it's gonna be. Like here we can come to the features. So where do we have the features? We have email, we have utils. So this is going to help us to create the raw email, and I'm going to bring this in. So this is how it's going to look like. So here we have this, let me export function, create raw email. You see it's going to take in the email draft, and then it creates this array here called email lines. And this is the email. We're going to buffer from this, and it just goes on to have this replace here we have, and it gives us the encoded email. So this is basically one step we need to do to be able to create the email. Okay, and once you have this create raw email, you need to come right back here and make sure that you import this from our features, and this is going to be equal to raw like this. And the next thing we want to do is to have our try catch block. So here let's have our try catch block, and in case of error, I'm just going to do what we've done before, log it to the console and throw a new error. But what happens in the try block? So right inside the try block, let's have our const res is going to be equal to await gmail dot users dot message dot send, and it's going to take in this object. The user ID is going to be equal to me. It's going to take in the request body, which is going to be an object. I'm just passing the raw email there. Now this is going to give us the response, and we want to log it to the console. So console.log email sent successfully, and we also want to return response.data. Okay, and the last thing we want to do is to also revalidate path. So here we're going to call revalidate path, and the path is not /emails, it's still going to be our /dashboard like this, and this revalidate path should come from next/cache. All right, so this is all we need, and this should be messages, not message. So gmail.users.messages, and here in case of error, let me just quickly fix this that we have over here using Copilot. It's just a TypeScript error, not really an issue. So here, let me accept and let me see if it fixes it. Now it's complaining because of this type any. So we can just come here and maybe we use the quick fix again, or in this case, yeah, this is gonna work. So we're just gonna log it to the console. All of these just log it to the console, but basically that's all we are doing here. Okay, and then we throw the error. All right, so we're going to try this out. Why do we have this error here? Because we haven't imported this email draft. So let me quickly import it. And now we need to make use of this send email using Gmail, which is going to be used right in our dashboard page component. So we have it here already. And the last thing I want to do is to go on and create email. Now, create email is for our database. Okay, so that we store this email not only by sending an email, we also want to keep track of the email. So for that, we're going to have this create email, which is going to be this object. And first, we're going to spread out what we have from the email draft. And we want to pass the user ID. We want to pass in the ID, created at, and updated at. And that's all we need. Now, this create email, I don't think we have it yet. No, we don't have it. So let's create this create email in our action. So come here and we have the actions for emails. So we have for getting emails, sending an email. We want to have one for creating an email. So we want to have export const create email is going to take in the email, and the email is not going to be of type email draft because this is what we actually store in our database. It's going to be of type email, and here we want to call our prisma.email.create, and the data is going to be equal to email. Pretty much straightforward. Like this, we can save this, and then now we're just going to bring in the create email. So let me bring this in, which is going to come in from our actions email. And now we can save this. So what have we done, or what are we doing? The most important thing here is this send email using Gmail. This is what actually sends the email to Google APIs, but this here creates the email for our local database, not local database, for our database, Supabase database, but this also creates the email, the message, and then this sends the email. So now is the time for us to try it out. Before we go over to the browser to try it out, I just want to copy the prompt so that we can now try sending an email. So come back to the browser. Let's just quickly refresh to be sure we haven't broken anything. Okay, and I'm going to paste this in. So send an email to myself with this subject, meeting reminder, and body this. So to make sure when you copy this, you don't copy over my test email, I'm just going to replace it to johndoe@gmail.com. But in your case, you can use your own email here for testing. And now I'm going to click on send. We should see the card component here, and we do. You can update the email. You can add more fields right here to the message. And once we send this email, you see here, email sent to Larry Bright with the subject meeting reminder. And yours truly, I just received the email. So I'm just going to open up the email real quick. Yeah, so you see here we have the email. It was received 1 minute ago. You see here, hi Bright, just want a reminder of our meeting. Let me know if you need anything, which is actually the content here. So you see, this is the body. So hi Bright, just reminding you of our meeting tomorrow at this time. Let me know if you need anything. So this is how you can go on to send emails. Now we are going to be focusing on the last aspect of our application, because now we see our chat here. We have our calendar all worked up. We have our email, which is this. You can see the email that we actually sent. Cool. Now the last aspect of the application is going to be the reminders, and we also have the logout functionality to hook up. So let's work on the reminder feature next. We have worked on the email. We have also worked on the calendar event, the messaging feature of the application, and now we are going to focus and working on the reminders section of the application. It's currently compiling, but while that's in progress, we can start up with a model. So here, let's have our model, and this model is going to be for our reminder schema. So reminder like this, and it is done compiling. So let's take a look. Actually, yeah, so this is it. Is our messages. We have our calendar events. We have our email feature working currently, and so now we are going to be fixing these reminders that we have here. All right, so we have the model reminder, which is going to be taking the ID, which is of type string, and this is the default. And also needs a title, it needs a description. Let's give it a start date, also give it an end date, created at, oops, not start time, created at, updated at, and I want to have the user relation, which is the user ID, and this. Okay, so let's do the same for the user right here in the user schema. On the user model, let's also add the reminders, which is going to be a reminder array, and we are fine and good. Okay, so now over to our page.tsx. So right here where we have our source, our app, we have our dashboard, and we have the page.tsx. We are not fetching the reminders, we are fetching the messages, calendar events, emails. We're going to have another action now that is going to help us and get the reminders, and this is going to take in the user ID, and here we can now store these reminders right here like this. Okay, so now we need a reminder action. So let's come here, and in our actions we need to add one for reminders, a reminder.ts, and we're going to be exporting a const get reminders. Is going to take in the user ID, and we need to bring in Prisma from our lib, so at /Prisma, and it's going to be prisma.reminder.find many. I want to find where the user ID is going to be equal to user ID, and we just want to order by created at in ascending order, and that's all we need. So we can close it right here. So I'm just going to change this to ascending order. We obviously have this error because we don't have the schema yet that is regenerated, because if you quickly check Supabase project, here we are lacking the reminder schema. Okay, so let's have that created or pushed to our Supabase. So npx prisma generates. Okay, so let's quickly double check our package.json. So we have the npx prisma generates. This command here, we are not running npm run generate, so this is most likely gonna fail. It didn't, so it's loaded up the environment variables, but let's just run this npm run generate. So here just type out npm run generate so that we are double sure that it's doing this from our environment variable, and once that is done, we can then go on to run npm run db push. So now I am running the db push script, loads the env, and then this is what goes on to sync what we have right here on our local for the schema, sync it to what we have on our Supabase project. So now we have the get reminders, no more errors here. We can just come to the page and make sure that we are importing the reminder. Yeah, and we do. So it looks like it is still in progress here, and now we have the reminders. Let's pass it to our dashboard component. So now your database is in sync with your Prisma schema. Cool. So I'm just going to kill this terminal and npm run dev again. So now our dashboard component is going to have the prop for reminders, and here we can bring it in. So reminders, which is going to be of type reminder array. So we know that reminder is going to come in from our generated Prisma array like this, and we are cool. So now we have reminders. We are not making use of this reminder. The first thing I want us to do is to come right here where we display the reminder. So right over here, and over here we are going to be so quickly over here we are just going to have a reminder card component, and here we're going to be passing the reminders, which is going to be equal to the reminders like this. Save this. Our application will definitely crash because we don't have this component yet. So let's create this reminder card component, and for that we need to come over to our components folder, and I'm going to be pasting in all of this code right here. So where is this? We just bring in clock, and we're bringing in our reminder type to say, hey, you're going to be taking in the reminders. And here we check if the reminder length is equal to 0. That means we don't have any reminder. We're going to be returning this clock and this descriptive text over here. Otherwise, we're going to map through the reminder and return this div with this clock. So I'm going to save this. So let's bring in the reminder card. I'm just going to let the IDE help me bring it in and save. So now if we save this and we come back to application and visit reminders, you see no reminders yet. Try saying remind me too. Okay, so we're going to come back and conclude this reminders section of the application, and then we're going to round it up by having the logout functionality, because currently we don't have this logout functionality. So we're going to come back just right after fixing the reminders. This is what we're going to be working on next. Let's come back and make sure that we can type a reminder and our reminder gets scheduled. Before we continue, I want us to make a change. All right, so let me have I wouldn't start the dev server immediately first. And the change is right here in the schema that we have for our reminder. Now a reminder is going to have an ID, it's going to have a summary, no longer a title, it's going to have a description, and you're just going to have the start as well as the end, just like this. So here we're going to have a start, which is going to be of type date time, and we're also going to have an end, which is also going to be of type date time. So this is all we are going to have for a reminder. Okay, and then we have the usual suspects: created at, updated at, and then the user ID relationship. All right, so we have made a change to our schema. So npm npx prisma generates is going to fail because we need to load the environment variables. Hence, let's run the generate here. So you can just come here, npm run generate, which is going to regenerate the Prisma client. And then we need to run npm run db push. So clear npm run db push command. Okay, so let's allow it to do its thing. And we are going to start right here in the dashboard page component. So what we want to do first, we are going to start by creating the, let's just verify here that here we have all we need for our, I just want to verify quickly that we have all that we need for our reminder. So here we have our reminder, the ID, the description, and these are the fields. So the end, the start, and the summary. Super cool. Okay, so how are we going to handle the reminder? It's just as we've handled all the other features in our application. So right here in the dashboard page component, we have, so I'm just going to collapse all of these that we had previously. Yeah, the first thing we always do is to look out for the prompt here, which is going to help us for the process message. So how do we listen, or how do we send a prompt so that we can call something like process reminder? We already have one for email, we already have one for calendar. Okay, so we're going to do this. We're going to say if message dot to lowercase, if it includes remind me. So let's go with that. So if it includes remind me, hence we are going to process reminder. So here we're going to call process reminder and pass the message. Cool. So we're going to do this, and now we need to call this process reminder. We can already have a return here. Okay, or we can have the return here just to make sure. You can just have the return here, and also just have the return here and also here. Okay, so now we have the error because we are lacking this process reminder function. So let's do it. We are just going to come further down as we have with others, and here we're going to have the const process reminder, which is going to take in the message just like this. So what we want to do first, we want to have our const reminder is going to be equal to the pass reminder. So pass reminder, and this pass reminder is going to be taking in the message. All right, so as we have with others, let's have the features and create a folder for our reminder feature, because now we need a utils.ts file, which is going to help us with this pass reminder function. Here in the utils, I'm just going to bring it in because it's quite a whole lot to type out. It's nothing separate, but from what we have been doing recently. So we have the pass reminder, and this pass reminder takes in the message and is going to be returning this remind schedule type that we don't have yet. But basically from this message, it gets the summary match and also gets the time match. And this is a utility function, as we had previously, that goes on to help us with the start and end. So it just helps us to correctly format it in a way that once we return it, we can now use this to this object here. So the summary, the description, the start and as well as the end, we can now make use of this to schedule the calendar event, which is going to be a reminder. So this is very much lean than one we had from when we actually scheduled the calendar that had the attendees and all of that. So once you have this, we need to bring in the reminder schedule function just to match this object that we have. And for that, I'm just going to come here, not reminder schedule function, the reminder schedule type. Here, let's have the type.ts file. And here we can export type. This type is going to have a summary, it's going to have a description, it's going to have a start, and then it's also going to have an end, just like this, and very much okay. So now let's come back to the utils and just bring in all these inputs so that we no longer have, so we no longer have the errors. And then I'm going to bring in all of these, which will be coming in from date fns, date functions library. So we have the parse, we have the is valid, we have all of these, and now the error should be gone. Yeah, so the error here should be gone. And let's save this. All right, so they are gone. Now we have this pass reminder function. We're going to make use of this pass reminder function here. So let's quickly bring this in from the features. And what else do we need? Just as we had for process calendar event, where do we have it? Oops, here we just have to set some values in state that we're going to pass to a component, and just as we did for this process email draft. So we have the reminder now. Let's call it set reminder draft. And this set reminder draft is going to take in the reminder, and then we're going to have this set show reminder to true, okay, which is going to then display the components with a form that is going to have these values as the initial data. So let's set the state values. So right here, we can just come down here and do it. So const reminder draft is going to be, and then we have set reminder draft is going to be equal to use state, and then it's going to have these default values: the summary, the description, the stats, and the end. And lastly, we need the other state value to toggle the reminder component. So now we have these two functions. So the set show reminder and the other one to display the show reminder component. So process reminder is doing its job fine. Now we need to come further down here and have another component just like this. So as we have this check here for when to display the calendar event card or when to display the email draft, we need one for the reminder. So what we're going to do is straightforward. We're going to say, hey, if show reminder is true, let's come here and display this, let's say the reminder draft card component. And the initial data prop that this component is going to take is the reminder draft that we are setting in state. And on cancel, it sets show reminder to false. And on save, it's not going to call send email. So for now, let's just have this function, which we are going to be mapping out after we have this component. So let's have this reminder draft component, reminder draft card component, and it's going to be right inside the components. And here we're going to have the reminder -draft -card.tsx. So this is the component here. And I have something to just paste in, which is the component JSX. It's a client component, not from here. I don't think it's here. Yeah, so it's going to throw an error. Let's bring it in from the correct imports. We have it living right inside the type folder file. So here I'm just going to bring this in. So from @features reminder type. And this function returns void, and we have the onsave. And here you see this initial data that we receive here, which is the reminder draft, is being used to set state here as the initial value. And then we have the handle change that we call for the inputs, just like this. And every other thing is pretty much straightforward. And on save, we call on save and pass the reminder. For now, the on save isn't doing much. It just shows this function. So let's bring in this reminder draft card and save this. Okay, so now we should have a prompt. Okay, but we're going to be doing displaying the prompt just as we have here. We have the prompt example and here. So what is going to happen here? We're going to have on save reminder. This on save reminder function. So on save reminder function is going to be defined here. So let's do it. So const on save reminder is going to take in the reminder data, and here we want to have our prompt example. Okay, so let me bring in the prompt example, and we know that it needs to start from remind me. So here we're going to have all the details. So what details are we talking about? We are going to have all the details right here. Sorry, in the type, which is the summary, the description, the start, and the end. They should be here. So remind me, this is the title, from this, and this the description, and this. Okay, we're not going to notify, so we're not actually looking out for this, but it could be part of the reminder here. All right, so what do we want to do once we call this on save reminder so that we can have a preview? The first thing we're going to do is to set show reminder to false. And now let's have our optimistic ID, because we want to go and set local messages, which will spread the previous messages. And then we want to have this here. So what are we doing here? Why do we have this error? So we forgot to perhaps close somewhere. Let's see. So the error comes from here. Okay, so what's the error? Reminder schedule is missing the phone properties ID. Okay, no worries. Let's see the type that we are passing here. So this shouldn't take in the type of reminder. It should take the reminder schedule type here. Okay, and we shouldn't have any other error. And why do we have this? Because we need to import this, and we are good here. So here we have this content reminder set for this to this. So this is the new message we're going to see whenever we schedule a reminder. And now we are going to have our try catch block. Okay, so try catch, and let's have the error case here. So what happens in case of error? We can just do this. We have done this previously. So here we're going to log the error to the console and then update the local message. Okay. So in the try block, we always do three things. We're going to create the message for user. We are going to schedule reminder, and we are also going to create the reminder. So come here and let's have our await promise.all, and we know we're going to go on and create message for current user. So this message is going to be stored in a database. Okay, and here it just matches this content for the message. So reminder set for this. So that's the content of this. And here we create the message, but that's not enough. We want to also go on and schedule the reminder, so that here, once we come over to our Google Calendar, we should see the reminder here in our Google Calendar. So let's do it. I'm just going to come here, schedule reminder, and we're going to pass the reminder data, which we are getting from here. We define this schedule reminder. We're going to be defining this in our action. We already have an action for the reminder. So here, let's do it. Let's export const schedule reminder, which is going to be equal to this async function that is going to take in the reminder, which is of type reminder schedule. So here, let's have reminder schedule. We should come in from the type like this and close it here. First, let's have the session. So session is going to be equal to await auth, and we need to bring in auth from the roots of the application. Okay, so let's import auth here. And the next thing, we want to have access to the access token. So here we're going to have access token is going to be equal to session.access token. And we can check if we don't have an access token, let's throw this error. Now, the next thing we want to do is to bring in our OAuth to client. So here I'm just going to come right to the top and import the OAuth to client, which will come from, not from here, OAuth to client, which is going to be coming in from the Google Auth library. And let's also bring in Google. So import Google, which is going to come in from Google APIs. All right, so let's make use of these new import. It's going to be equal to new auth to client, and then we're going to call it like this. And then we have auth.set credentials. I want to have access to the calendar. Okay, we've done this previously. And then we want to have the calendar event or the reminder, but we're going to call this request body. And we need a function to call, okay? And this function is going to be mapped out inside our features reminder. We're going to have this in our utils. And we already have one for passing the reminder. So let's bring in this as well. So this is going to be to reminder event body. And this is just the format that Google expects the object to schedule a calendar event. So the summary, the description, the start, the end, and the reminders. Okay, and this pop-up is saying, hey, do go on and show me or remind me 10 minutes before. Okay, and you can also do send me an email to also remind me 30 minutes before. You have options here that you can use to, set more pop-up and all of that. So it's just up to you. So now I'm going to save this. And if you come back to the reminder, let's make sure we are exporting. Let's make sure that we are exporting to reminder event body. So reminder event body. And this now needs to come in from our utils, and it takes in the reminder. Okay. So we have the request body. We also have the calendar. Now let's have our try catch block, which we are going to work on the scheduling. And in case of error, this is just going to be okay. But now for the try block, we want to call the calendar.event.insert. So we're going to have const. We have our data, which is going to be equal to calendar.event.insert. It takes in the calendar ID and the request body, and everything is fine. So now we have the data. We're going to console.log just to, hey, reminder scheduled. And then we are going to come over here and return data like this. We are not making use of the data we return, but this is very much okay. You do a reminder right here because we have the error. So I'm going to bring in the schedule reminder from the action. And the last function that we need is to go on and create the reminder. Now this create reminder we want to create here is for to store it in our own database. Okay, so if we come over to the reminder, I'll collapse this. We're going to export a const create reminder, which is going to take in the reminder like this, but this reminder is not going to be of this type. It's going to be of the reminder that comes from our generated Prisma, because we want to make sure that we are setting the correct types in our database. So for that, let's bring in Prisma. Prisma is going to come in from, okay, I think we already have Prisma here. Yeah, we do. So now we're going to call prisma.reminder.create, and it needs the data, which is going to be the reminder like this, and we can close it up here just fine. So now this is all we have, prisma.reminder.create. It takes in the reminder as a data. Now we can save this and come back here and make sure that we are making use of the create reminder. So here we're going to call create reminder, which should come in from the actions reminder. And now we need to format this properly because it needs the reminder. So the first we're going to do is to spread the reminder data, and the stat here is going to be equal to, we can have the stat and call this pass ISO, which will come from date FNS, and give it reminder.stat. And the same thing for the end, just right here. And the end is also going to call this. And lastly, we also need the user ID. So user ID is going to be equal to user.id. And lastly, we can also pass the ID. And that's all we need. The created at and others are auto-generated. So we have an error here. And where's the error coming from? So we are missing, let me use Copilot to actually quickly figure out what we are missing to create a reminder. I don't think the created at and the updated at are necessary here. Okay, so it needed the created at as well as the updated at. Now, one way you can get rid of this is to come here and make sure that this receives a partial type rather than the entire reminder. You want to make sure it receives a partial type of the reminder, because we know the created at and the updated at are auto-generated. So that's how you can do it, so you don't have to pass all of these all the time. So we're going to try this out. Let's make sure we have our dev server up and running. So npm run dev, which is going to spin up our local development, and I'm just going to quickly refresh this. Now we're going to quickly try it out. I'm going to paste in the prompt. Okay, so remind me and all of these, and click on send. Now you see we have this summary. It's a reminder. You can update this summary. We have the description. We also have the start and the end. Now let's update this. I'm going to just choose a following date for this as well as for this. Okay, and then I'm going to click on save. So what happens when we click on save? We know three things happen. The first thing that happens is this gets created message, and also the reminder gets scheduled. For some reason we don't see it, but if we go on to refresh this, we should see the reminder here. And lastly, so let's double check. You see we have the reminder here, and then it gets scheduled. So let's see, this is my calendar, and you see this was the date we chose and the time, so Monday. And let's click on it. You see here we have the day and the time. We have this is our description. We have the reminder here, and we have this 10 minutes before and 30 minutes before as email. So we set all these properties, and it's good to see that we get our reminder scheduled. Cool. So now we're going to end the project by having our logout functionality, and then we can focus on deployment. Now we're going to focus on having the logout functionality right in application, because for now this does nothing. So let's get started with it already. And we need to fix this right in the dashboard, and we already have an error here. I'm going to update this by getting rid of this dashboard sidebar props. We're not going to be making use of it, so let's just get rid of it rather than have the error. Now let's make this a client component, because we are going to be having the on-click functionality, which is down here. So where we have this sidebar menu button, we want to listen to a click event, and this is going to be calling a function. And this function, let's give it the name of handle logout. So I'm going to copy this handle logout function, and let's have an action for it. So right here in the actions, let's have something, let's call it Auth.js, where it's going to have our authentication actions. And we're going to mark this as a server page, as a server file with this use server directive. And here we're going to have the export const, because we want to export this function, and we're going to call this handle logout. Obviously it's an async function, but now what do we call with this function? We are going to be calling our sign out method, our sign out function, which is going to come from our auth. So here, let's bring it in. Just give this a second, and we're going to be bringing this from our auth, which is at our root of our file, and we need to call it. Now, let's not forget that we need to await this, because if you hover on this, you see that this is a promise. So we need to await this, and we also have this redirect to, which we're going to be making use of here. So first, let's have our await sign out, and now we want to have this object options, or options object, where we have redirect to, and it needs the path, and we say, hey, once you sign out, take us back to the home page of our application. Now let's import this handle logout that we define here. Okay, so here we have the handle logout on click, but we're going to be doing it a little bit different, okay? Because I want to go on and call this inline. We already have the handle logout defined in our action, so we want to call this handle logout directly. Hence, I'm going to go on and make this inline asynchronous function, and this function is going to call the handle logout that we have defined. So here, let's have this handle logout, bring it in from our auth, and now once the user clicks on this button, this function is going to get called, which in turn calls handle logout. And handle logout, this is what it does. It signs us out and it redirects us back to the home page. Let's try it out. I'm just going to quickly refresh the browser, and now I'm going to come over to the logout and click on it. So it doesn't look like anything is happening because we don't have any loading state or anything like that, but you're going to see us getting redirected. And here we are now redirected back to the home page of the application. There's no way for us to go to the auth page or back to the dashboard page. You can do it manually and all of that, but we can update our UI to have a link right here on the home page. So let's locate the home page so that we can have this link that is going to take us right back to the dashboard. So right here we have the app page.tsx. So where do we have this link? Here we have the main, we have the footer. I think we can just have it in between the main and the footer. So maybe somewhere here we can have this link component. So let's have our link component, import it from next/link, and inside this link we can just have the dashboard here. And now this link is going to be taken in the href prop here, and we say, okay, go to /dashboard, and we can just leave these class names here, and everything is fine and good. So save this file now. You have this link component, takes us back to the dashboard, and once we come here, we should see our link component rendered on the screen. If you don't see it, you can just quickly refresh, and yeah, actually it's here. So let's try it. Let's click on this dashboard link, and we should be redirected back to the authentication page. So we're just like testing our flow. When we try to access the dashboard, when we are signed out, what happens? We should be redirected over to the authentication screen. And here we are right at the authentication screen. Let's hit on sign in so that we can authenticate ourselves. And once we are fully authenticated, we should be redirected back to the dashboard. And here we are, we need to re-authenticate ourselves. I'm going to click on my name, click on continue, hit continue again, and I'll hit on continue because we already have provided access, you know. So let's see, we should now be taken to the dashboard route. So let's give the Google Auth flow the time to do its thing, and we should be redirected to the dashboard page. So let's just give this a second. Yes, and here we are back to the dashboard route. Our logout functionality has been implemented and is working fine. Now is the time for us to focus on deployment. So finally, we are going to be working on deploying our application, and for that we need two services. First, we need GitHub, and we also need Vercel. So these two, if you don't have a Vercel account, you can come over to Vercel and create an account. Same for GitHub. I guess you should have a GitHub account if you have been following the course already, because we have used GitHub heavily, because most of the code we used, we had to copy it from GitHub. But anyways, the first thing we want to do, let's start with Git. Okay, so we want to initialize Git in our project by running the git init command. Okay, so now this initializes Git in our project, and you see we have 93 changes here. So that's cool. And the next thing we want to do is to configure. So git config user.name. You can provide your username here. So I provide my own username, and then git config user.email. I provide my email address here. Okay, so now you have these two configurations. The next configuration you want to focus on now is to make sure that you add everything to staging. So let's do it first before we go over to GitHub. So Git, actually before we add, I just want to show you something. So you have this .env.local, which is grayed out. You have the .next, you have the node_modules, and same here, you have this next-env.d.ts. Okay, so there's something else I want us to do here. In case you don't have any of these, come over to GitHub, and here in GitHub, you see how it's added. You can copy and paste my GitHub, but you see here, you should have the node modules. You have some extra files here. Same for testing, but we ain't covering testing here. You have this for the build here. And you see here we have this env. So you see here, that's how we have this grayed out. Okay, and this for TypeScript. So cool. If you don't have any of these grayed out, please do add it here. But I want us to also come right into the source folder, and here you see we have this generated. It's a bunch of code, and we don't want this to actually get pushed to GitHub. So for that, we are going to go source, and there have the generated like this. And once you save this now, you see it gets grayed out as well. So this isn't going to be pushed to GitHub. So that's cool, but this also causes a problem when we try to build, because when we build, we also need to run npx prisma generate. We should have that in mind. And for that, we need to have some changes right here in the package.json. So come here, you see, currently for the build, we just have this next build. This isn't going to be enough now. So we need to do as we have done here. So let's copy this, and we also need to run the npx prisma generate before we run the next build command. So I'm going to update this, and now we have the .env, and then -e, and then we have .env, env.local, and then we have the double hyphen, and now we want to run npx prisma generate before we go on to run the next build command. So please do add this line to avoid any errors. Okay, and something else I want us to do, because currently we have this env.local, and once I push my code, maybe you don't have all of this set and you just want to run the project immediately. I'm going to create a new file. So I'll just duplicate this first. You don't have to do this. And then I'm going to rename this. So what do we call this now? env.example, something like this. So now this is going to get pushed to GitHub, and that's why I'm going to be updating this. So this auth secret, I'm going to update it to something like your auth secret. Same here as the database URL. I'm going to cut this and say, hey, your database URL. And I'm going to say the same thing for the direct URL. Say your direct URL. And for this, for the next public Supabase URL, I'm going to say the same thing. And then for the anon key here, your Supabase anon key, the Google Auth ID should be your Google Auth ID. And lastly, this should be your Google Auth secret. So this is all we need. This is all you will need when you get access to the project. You would need to rename this to .env.local or maybe just .env, and your application is going to, you provide the necessary and then the credentials, and then your application is going to be up and running. Okay, so what next do we need? I'm going to get rid of all these text because it doesn't get pushed to GitHub. So anyways, you won't be seeing it. And the reason why I want to get it is so when we want to deploy our application to Vercel, I can just copy and paste this directly. So let's save this. And now we should focus. I'm just going to clear all of these. There's something else I want us to do. Now, this generated file here can come with loads of errors. So now I'm not able to pick it up. Yeah, you see. We have loads of errors in this file. Now these errors is going to make our build to fail. Now all these errors we are seeing here. To prevent the Vercel CLI to neglect this or to not care about the ESLint, because these are going to be ESLint as you see here. It's going to be ESLint errors. We can just come right into the, where do we have the next config? And here we can just say, let's add one for ESLint like this, which is going to be this object. And we can say ignore during builds true. So this is one change that we really needed here. And let's just double check our application if we have any errors, because I remember we had one previously from this auth page. So here in this auth page, this is definitely going to make our build to fail. But if you hover on this sign in, you see it's of type promise that returns void. So basically it doesn't make sense for us to throw the result. This should be enough for the login, because we can't store void in a variable. You can store, but it's void, it's nothing. So there's no much gain for us to go on and do that. Okay, so that's about it. Let's quickly double check a component, because we changed the schema for our reminder. So yeah, so here we have this error, and rather reminder.title, reminder now has summary, and it doesn't have the end date, it just has end now. So this is just bug fixes /deployment. Now we can focus on deployment, and if we have any errors during deployment, we can always revisit the build. So now we can say git init. We have already done git init, so we say git add dot, and it's going to add all of these now to the staging environment. And now we can commit. So git commit -m, and what do we call this? We can say final build or something like that. So final build or deployment. Let's call it deployment. So I'm just going to come here and call it deployment build. So now, yeah, so all of these are now ready to be pushed to the hosted service GitHub. So here we have, or we need to come over to our repositories, and we need to create a new repository here. So click new, and I'm going to give this a name of personal assist, and make this public, and click on create repository. So now this creates the repository, and we have this. So we have done the git init, we have done the git add, we have done the git commit. Now we need to do this. So I'm going to copy this, but this isn't going to be enough because we need to authenticate ourselves to Git. And for that, I'm just going to come here, right click on this settings because I want to open it up in a new tab. And once it gets opened up, I want to come over to developer settings because we want to generate a token. So click on this personal access token and let's generate token classic. So I'll click here, generate new token, and generate new token classic. I have some for testing, and I'll just say for personal assist app, something like this. And the expiration 7 days, 1 day, and it doesn't matter, I'm going to be deleting this anyways, and I'm just going to give all the access to this repository here. And the next thing we want to do once you've granted these the necessary privileges is to generate the token. So now the token gets generated, we can copy this token and now we can close this. Okay, so let's come back to the application. Now, just after this double hyphen, you want to provide your username. So Larry Bright in my case, and then a semicolon, and then you want to paste in the token. So once you paste it in, you should see here, this is G for the GitHub. So before you have that G there, you just want to have @ Okay, so git remote @ origin. So your username, colon, your password, but password is deprecated. So you need your personal access token, and then @github.com / your username, the repository.git. Do add this. And now it's time for us to run git push origin master. So now you see everything gets pushed. And if you come over to GitHub with the hosted service and refresh, you should see everything looking fine and good. Cool. So we have this, and you see it's our deployment build 2 minutes ago. Now let's try to deploy our application. Come over to vercel.com, come over to your projects, click on add new project, and here you want to choose this personal assist, which we added just now. Import it right over here, and everything is cool. So we don't need to change anything in the build and output settings. It's going to run next build. But something I want us to add here is the environment variables, because right here in our project, come over to your .env.local and copy everything you have here in the environment variable and paste it here. So you see you have all your environment variables set. You can remove anyone, but this is all we need. Now hit on deploy, and this is going to go on and deploy our application. The deployment is currently queued, and now it has started, and here we can visit or take a look at the build logs. So what is going on here, it is just going to zoom in a bit so we can see it. This is running the build. This is where it's been hosted. Clones our project is the first build, so we don't have any previous cache that's available, and the cloning is completed. This is the time it took. Then it runs Vercel build. Then this is the Vercel CLI, and everything looks to have happened fast. So now it is, so here, where is it? Running the npm run build, which runs the next build command. But you see, the next build is this. So it loads the env.local, and then it comes here and runs the npx prisma generate, and then it runs next build. Okay, so now it's going on to create the optimized production build, which is more like the minified, compressed, more like the optimized version of our code. So it has been minimized and optimized. And then we have the build, because then it's faster when it's served to your users in more readable machine code. Everything we have worked on is going to get compiled, and that's what's going on here in this. And now you see it was successfully compiled. Now this is an important part. You see here it is skipping linting. And why does it skip linting? Because we told it to skip linting in the here in the next config. We say, hey, ignore this lint during builds, okay? Because then you're gonna break, because we know we have errors. So please just ignore. And then it's running the type check, and it's done. And then it goes on to collect the page data to know, hey, our static pages, it found one, and generating all those static pages. And now it's finalizing the page optimization, and then it's collecting the build trace. This is the build trace here. This is the middleware. and now it is deploying output, and it looks like our deployment was successful, which is super cool. So congratulations, you just deployed a new project, and then you have this. Cool. Now let's have a preview. You can click on this instant previews is when you push to, and then you're going to get the instant preview and all of this. But now if you click this, you see it's going to just open up and you can preview the project that we both worked on throughout. Now before we go on to authenticate, it's going to break, so let's copy this and quickly come right over here to credentials section of our console.cloud.google.com project. So this is our personal assist. We want to update this because hit on this edit auth client button, that pencil icon, and here you're gonna see the authorized JavaScript origin is just localhost. You want to add our newly and get rid of this trailing slash here. So you want to add this, and also the authorized redirect URIs is going to be looking for localhost, and now we know, hey, we have this, but it's going to be /API. So copy this /auth/callback/Google, update it here and hit on save. So now we can go on and load our application. For that, I'm just going to come here and sign into our account. Oops, it's not API. So let me take in the URL here and come back here and load this. Now, why am I loading this here? Because remember, we have test users. So if you come here and you have the OAuth consent screen, I guess that's where we have it. But basically we have test users, and in my case, I gave only, so let me see where we have clients. Is it here? Or data access, audience, I think audience, let's see. Yeah, so you see audience test users. I just have one test user, which is this Vercel 2 that I use for testing. So that's why I can only use this Google account to test. So if you click on going to your dashboard, we know we get redirected to /auth. It's beautiful to see, and everything here should work fine and good. So that's it for the build. Thank you so much. I look forward to having you on future builds.